lucky all the same. Sweet taste of empires crumbling in the gloom. Napkin men with metal hearts around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Our talking heads parade their faces every day, showing us the way to think and feel, helping us to understand the rich
Hello everyone, welcome to another Chilled Sunday. Happy Sunday, y'all! I hope you all are doing very well. Matt, welcome to the stream. Everyone, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. I'm doing very well, thank you, Matt. How about you? So let's see. Let's open the project that I have been working on for the past few Sundays. And I know I have been saying this for the past 2 to 3 Sundays, but let's hopefully finish this thing today. I have been saying that, but I haven't actually been finishing this thing. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Alright, so last stream, last Sunday, I spent pretty much the whole stream doing just the fire on Charizard's tail. That actually took a really long time, and then I got very tired. Alright, let's see if I can get the shading done today, and pretty much the entire picture, because all I gotta do here to finish this is shade these two characters. Maybe start with the easiest stuff to shade first. Well, obviously, but here's the thing, there is no particular part that is the easiest. And what I could possibly consider to be the easiest would be Charizard's wings. But I wasn't doing it very right on the last Sunday, which, speaking of, actually instead of starting the stream on Alpha 2, I should probably go back to Alpha 1. Right. And because the difference between the Alpha 2 and Alpha 1 is that on Alpha 2 I had already started shading the wings, and on Alpha 1 I had finished doing the fire, but I had not yet started doing any shading on Charizard, or the human for that matter. And since I have not really done the shading right on Alpha 2, the file Alpha 2, let's go back to Alpha 1 and try it again. But this time, instead of starting by the wings, I believe I'm going to start with Charizard himself. Let's see how this is going to go. And another thing that I gotta be careful with, well, not necessarily another thing that I gotta be careful with, but one thing that I need to be careful with when shading, and that might give me a little bit of trouble, is, well, the human in Charizard. And I actually have talked about this on some earlier streams where I started working on this. The human Charizard, they both are in the same layer, so shading these two can be a little bit of a problem, not necessarily, but let's say a little bit of a problem, because let's say a given effect that I apply to Charizard, for example, in this general area here, it might affect the human, and vice versa, when it is actually not supposed to. So that can be a little bit of a problem. But let's see what I can do. Like I usually do, I start. Let's enable the temporary background just so I have a better reference of lighting. So like I usually do, let's start with some lighting around. So I think I want. Hey, it started to rain outside. Lovely. So I usually start with the lighting, like I said. I think I want the environmental light, light from the sun, to be coming from above. Maybe not necessarily from straight above Charizard. Maybe a little from the front, from Charizard's front, from this side here to the back, but all the way from up here, rather than from I don't know, a corner like here, for example. Yeah, let's see, let's try that. So let's add some lighting here. It is barely visible because apparently Charizard has such light colors that the effect is not even apparently visible. If I undo and redo, we can see it. It's there. Wow. Can I make this more visible if I change the range? Let's try with shadows. Now with shadows it is even less visible. Highlights, let's see. When the roof with highlights it is way too visible. So let's not do that. What happens if I click this? What even is this thing here? Enable airbrush style build-up effects. How much of a difference does that make? Alright, I think I like it. Alright, let's do it with that. Let's add some lighting here on the very top of Charizard's neck and head. Right, some around here too. There we go. And now here's some on his shoulder and down his back, but not much because now this area is pretty much covered by the wing. Let's add some here on this side of his leg. Let's do this again. There we go, and on the side there. Now let's add a little bit here. Right. Now I will need to select just Charizard's body and have his head not be included. There we go. Because I am going to apply some of this on Charizard's left arm and chest over here, as well as kind of a little bit of the human as well. But I don't want that to be applied to his head as well, and without this selection it will be applied to his head as well, and I do not want that. So let's see here. Some of this lighting on his tummy. Now some on the human's leg over here. Alright, that seems good. I hope it is good. I don't actually know. Now let me invert the selection, because now I want to apply some of this just the edge of Charizard's muzzle. Oh, well, not muzzle, snout. Okay, I hope that this is good. Now let's switch the tool to the burn tool. Is it what this thing's called? Yes, burn tool. Exposure 100%. That is correct. And I will need a larger brush. Let's use a 500. This is what I need to do now. Oh, hold on. Let me enable this airbrush thingy. Because what I need to do now is to darken everything. And the reason for that is because this helps later on, very soon actually, with highlighting shadows and lighting a little more, shading and lighting a little more. So the first thing I did, it was do a few highlights with lighting using a 100% exposure, and now I am darkening everything, including those areas that I have lit up, with the dodge tool at 100% range, but I am also darkening with 100% range. Now you might wonder, but why use 100% of both? Well, that's because now what I will do is I will light everything back up using the dodge tool, which was the same tool that I used to create those highlights, like here for example. But this time I'm going to use a 50% exposure. So that is going to brighten everything up again, but only by half. And that is exactly what I want. And I know it made absolutely no sense what I have just said, but believe me, This is necessary for me anyway. In the way, considering the way I do this with my technique, this is needed. Because it kind of creates a middle ground between the original and lighting and shading. And I am incapable of explaining this any better. I am sorry. Alright, now that I have done that, let's switch back to the burn tool and use a 50% exposure, because now with this I will start to create the shading highlights. So let's switch to a smaller brush and let's find the areas on Charizard's and the human's body for that matter where there should be less light. Actually, let me try. Let me use a 250 pixels size brush. There we go. So down here, for example, in Charizard's bottom down here, this should be darker. I know it doesn't look like anything is happening, but it is happening. These areas where I am touching with the brush, they are getting darker, and that is what I want. Alright, so that is done. Let's add a little bit of darkness over here, because again, this area is supposedly kind of covered by his wing. And now I think I want a smaller brush, so let's go with 200. Let's apply some darkness down here on the Charizard's arms, and yes, going all the way across. This doesn't look very good, I think, but hopefully it is going to work. Oh, by the way, before I forget and accidentally save over Alpha 1, I need to have this saved as Alpha 2. There we go, just in case, I need to go back and start over. Right, so this area has received the initial darkening, let's put it that way. Let's darken up this area here a bit. That might have been too much. Let's use a smaller brush, size 100. Yeah, sure. Let's darken the human's face a bit, as well as Charizard's chest over there. And it's not like I am just simply darkening this just for the sake of making it dark. No, it's just because since the light is coming from above and his head is kind of tilted, there should be some shadow being cast here. So that is the idea behind what I just did. And now let's go back to brush 200, and I want to add some shadow right here under Charizard's neck. But if I do that, as you can see here with the cursor, I am going to apply some to his head as well. And his head is not supposed to have any shadow on this part here, like right here. It's not supposed to have shadow there, so I need to separate. I'm gonna need the original line arts. Let's copy, paste it over here. Righty. Let's use Mr. Eraser. Now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have the line art for just the head, so I can select that area and isolate it from the neck. That way I should be able to apply the shading to just the area of the neck that I want without affecting the head. Okay, let's see. Let's erase this line here as well. Alright, now we have only the head there. So let's erase the remaining of his line art. I selected more than I should. Yeah, shut up, Photoshop. see. Go. Alrighty. Let's delete this section here as well. Oh, there's some more here too. There we go. And of course, I am also going to delete the the guidelines that are around this. Go. I don't believe I actually need to do this here now, but whatever. All right, now as we can see, I have only the line art for his head, and that is exactly what I want. Because now what I am going to do is I am going to select this, not like that. Magical Gwen, tolerance 1, anti-alias enabled. Select. Now let's hide this layer. Let's go to this layer here. Let me confirm if I have selected the correct area, because I think I'm going to need to invert the selection. Okay, no, this is exactly what I want. Right. Burn tool. Let's see, let's use brush size 250, and let's add that shading down here that I wanted. Not too much. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. It is barely visible, honestly. Right, so, you know, let me do a little comment on the situation of the shading here so far. As we can see, we can barely see any shading. And that's not... I'm convinced that I am not doing this wrong, like I thought I was doing last week with the wing over here. No. The problem, the reason why the shading so far is being barely visible, is not because I am doing this wrong, it's because of the technique that I use for shading. Because for a few years now, I have been relying pretty much only on these two tools over here, the dodge tool and the burn tool, to do shading on anything. And it works very well, alright? Let me give you an example. Right here, for example. See, it worked very... I use the same tools to shade this dragon's head over here. And we can see very well defined areas that have less light touching it, that have more light touching it. Let me give you another example. One that is more recent. Here, the most recent of all. This is a very big picture. Here. This has been shaded using pretty much only those two tools. And as you can see here, it works, right? But here's the thing. This green dragon, his colors are darker than the colors that I have used on Charizard here, because Charizard uses lighter colors, right? And even on this picture here, you can tell the darker colors, the shading and lighting for that matter, they are more visible. But as we move on towards these other two characters here who do have lighter colors, the shading does not seem to be so visible, just like it is happening with Charizard over here right now. And Silver Trout here, I actually had to do a lot of touch-ups on him to make the shading appear more visible on him, because his colors are the brightest of all the characters I have. So I actually think I had to use even different ranges to make the shading and lighting stronger, appear stronger on him. which is not really something that I can really use in Charizard because I have tried. It does not look good. But on Pokeyoshi over here, for example, which is a character that I could not use the different ranges, you can see that the shading on him is barely visible as well. And that is a problem with the technique that I use to shade, which is relying only on the burn and dodge tools. So this is a thing that I really need to improve on, and I have been in need of improving on that for a few years now. Because like I said, I've been shading like this for several years now. It gives good results, but when I come across a character, or even object for that matter, that has lighter colors, well, then it doesn't work very well anymore. And here's another example on this actual picture. We can't see much of the shading on Charizard, but over here on the human, who does have darker colors, specifically on his shirt here, you can see this area right here, right beneath Charizard's arm, is darker. And the same level of darkness has been applied to this lower area of Charizard's arms over here. But it doesn't seem like it is there, for the simple reason that Charizard has very light colors. So yeah, the lighter the colors, the less effective this effect works. At least in the way that I do it. Ideally, what I should probably do instead is use hard shading. The problem with hard shading is that it is a little more, not necessarily cumbersome to make, because it isn't, but it does take more time to do, and well, it is hard shading. It doesn't seem very natural, not under natural lighting circumstances. Like, let me give you another example. So all of this here is using soft shading, right? Because that's pretty much how light and shadows work in real life, right? But there are parts where I need the shadows to be more defined. Like here, for example, the shadow that Pokeyoshi, this blue character, is casting on the dragon's leg over here, as you can see right here. The shadow he's casting there is very defined, as well as the shadow and lighting and light over here on the dragon's belly. So you see this this lighter area here. This is light that is going through these two front legs on the dragon, right? The light is being cast through here, and this shadow here and the shadow on the other side are being cast by these two legs. And as you can see here, the shadow is very well defined over here, but as it goes farther away to the side of the dragon, it becomes less defined and becomes more, the transition between the shadow and the light becomes more soft, so to speak, becomes more gradual. That's because these areas here are supposedly closer to the object that is casting the shadow, so because they are closer, the shadow must be more defined. You can make this experience actually in real life right now. Like, pick a pen or even a finger, all right, and with one hand, have the palm of your hand face a light bulb, for example. Like, I don't know, maybe the light bulb on the ceiling of your room right now, so it is fully lit. And now put a finger in front of your hand that is open to the light. Put it at a distance, and you will see on the palm of your hand that is facing the light that there is a shadow being cast there. That shadow, however, is not defined. It is blurry. All right. So that's what we call soft shading, which is what is happening here, for example, and this area over here, right? But if you slowly approach your finger to that hand that is facing the light, you will see that the shadow your finger is casting on your hand, it becomes less blurry, it becomes more defined. up until a point where you can actually, well, the transition between the shadow, the shaded area on your hand and the lit area on your hand becomes almost like a hard line, you know, like a flat line. So as you approach your finger, it becomes more like this, you know, or this over here. It becomes less this and more this. So I don't even know how I got this. What was I saying that took me to this, to be talking about hard shading? I don't remember actually. I don't remember. I think it had something to do with how. Oh, okay, yes, I have no idea. But anyway, I use soft shading on this picture here, but for these parts here, I did have to do hard shading, and I actually drew lines and then had to blur them, and it wasn't really complicated, but it did take some time. But hard shading here is not something that is actually going to be useful, let alone something that I can really apply now, because I have already merged the layers, so I can't really draw that at this point, at this stage. Well, let's move on with soft shading and let's see what happens. Let's see. I can't do this. It's just going to take a little work. Anyway, let's go back to the burn tool. Let's use a smaller brush. And actually, let's use an even smaller brush. Instead of 200, let's use 150. And let's darken up this part over here. Yeah, between the human and Charizard over there. And now I'm going to use an even smaller brush and a little more zoom, because I need to apply, actually I need an even smaller brush. Let's try brush number 80, 70. Yes, let's use 70. I need to apply some shading here on this side of this leg, right here. There we go. There we go. All right. For the basics, this seems to be fine. Did the music stop? It did. When am I going to fix this playlist? Oh my god. Come on, play the next one. There we go. Oh, this song is awesome. Alright. Now over here, this is a little more shady. So let's do some. There we go, just like that. There we go. Now with a much smaller brush, I am going to add some shading to Charizard's fingers over here. Notice that I am following the shape of the finger and his claw as well. There we go. There. Alright. Now I'm going to use an even smaller brush because I want even more shadow right here on this very small area where the shirt meets Charizard's arm over here. You see that I have already added a little bit over here. I need to add a little more over here. And that's because this is supposedly, you know, even less lit. I'm going to need a little less exposure. Let's switch from 50% to 30% because I don't need the shadow to be so strong in this area. I need it to look natural. and if I use 50%, it's going to look too strong. There we go. That is good. Although now, because this part here meets what was already there, this little bit here seems a little too dark. So let's try and mediate that. Let's switch to brush 17. Yes, on the dodge tool. Let's use a 10% exposure. I'm glad you are liking it so far, Matt. Hopefully I'm going to get this done and done good. Alright, now let's add just a little bit of dodging over here. Yeah, there we go. That seems good, I guess. Okay, let's change this back to 50% and go back to the burn tool and have that be 50% again. Now, brush 35. Actually, not brush 35. Let's go with brush 21. I gotta add some shading over here too. Here we go. There we go. See what I was talking about? About how the brighter the color, the less effective the burn tool and the dodge tool becomes at making shading and lighting. I use the tool over here on Charizard and we can barely see anything on him, but you clearly saw that a lot of shadow was being applied to the human shirt over here. That's because the shirt is a little bit of a darker color. I know it doesn't really seem like one, but it actually is. I can give you a virtual coffee if that helps. Thank you, but I already had coffee. Actually, I should drink a sip of water. That's good. I love coffee, right? But if I'm honest, I don't actually like. Well, it's not like I don't like. It's just that I'm not very fond of drinking pure coffee, like, you know, pour just black coffee on a mug and just gulp that down. It is fine. Sometimes I do that, but I don't usually like to do that. Not because I don't like the taste of coffee, but coffee makes me really thirsty, and since where I live is usually warm most of the time, it also makes me warmer, and I don't like the heat. Honestly, I very much prefer a colder weather over warmer weather. Having said that, even though I like the cold, I don't like to feel cold. So there's that difference. Alright, here's another example of what I was explaining about lighter, brighter colors and darker colors, and the dodge tool and burn tool. Let me undo this and do this again. So you see the orange and yellowish from Charizard, right? That is right behind the human's arm. So this whole section here is supposed to be darker because, well, the human's arm is casting shadow there, and the human's arm is touching Charizard, so therefore there should not be any light going through, but in between Charizard and the arm behind here. But therefore this whole area here should be dark. Alright, so burn tool. I apply the burn tool. The arm gets darker on the bottom here as it's supposed to, but Charizard's chest over there does not seem to get any darker, even though it is supposed to be darker. It did get the same amount of darkness as the arm. It just doesn't seem like it did because it has lighter, brighter colors. I really need to improve on how I do shading, honestly. One way to do shading that I know many artists use and is extremely effective is that they actually use the brush tool to use, for example, let me pick Charizard's orange over here and a lighter shade of this orange, right? They actually use the burn tool, not the burn tool, the brush tool, and with a lighter shade of whatever they need to light up, for example, and they just brush over to do the light, and with a darker color, like for example this here. They do this, you know, and it works. It looks good. I just don't know how to do this correctly. That's a problem. I should practice this because I have seen even. Let me turn on the light here because it is starting to get a little dark. I have actually seen some artists do it like this in some streams even, and in speed paints. They make it look so easy, and I have tried this a few times before. I just can't do it right. And the way I have done this, just as an example, it looks a lot like hard shading, and honestly it is quite close to hard shading, but they do it in a way that, you know, how I was talking about soft shading, like here for example, where the darkness gradually becomes lightness. So this is soft shading. They do this so well that the colors, the darkness and the lightness, they blend in. I'm not sure if what exactly I'm trying to say, but they do it so well that it looks, the soft shade they do with this technique is just so good that not only it looks like what I currently do with the burn tool and the dodge tool for soft shading, but it looks way better than that. And I really need to learn how to do that, because that is going to be really useful for the way I shade, anything. I was going to say everything, but anything really. Oh well, everything also applies because I use this to shade literally anything that I draw. So yeah. Okay, this shading here is a little too hard. Let's do that again. I'm going to need a larger brush. There we go. Now let's see, what do I need to do next in terms of shading. Here, Charizard's face. Let's add some shading to his nostrils. Not too much, just to, you know, give a little idea of depth. After all, nostrils are essentially a couple of holes on anyone's face, and holes have shadows when light is cast over them. Even though I didn't actually draw holes on these nostrils here, just these lines. Let's do a little shading. You know, to sell the illusion, so to speak. Okay. Now let's work on this smile a little bit. So light is supposedly coming from above, so let's give this part here a little bit of shadow. Right? As well as down here. Yeah. Now let's use a slightly larger brush and apply a little more shading there. I will need to isolate the head, however, from the body, because what I am going to do here now is going to require the brush to go over Charizard's arm over there, and I don't want this shading on this part of his arm there. Alright? There we go. Maybe could use an even larger brush. Thank you, Matt, but it is still a little too early to say that. Alright, let's use an even larger brush here. Alright. Here we go. Alright, let's pick a smaller one. Let's see what this looks like. It's more so-so. Let's use a smaller brush to give a little more highlighting to the areas here that are supposed to be the darkest. There. And now let's do the same thing, but very close to the line. Well, maybe not that close. I wonder if I should change the range. Let's try with highlights. Yeah, with highlights it becomes way too dark. What about shadows? I don't see anything. What if I switch to highlights but reduce the exposure? Let's see, 10%? Maybe 10% might work. Let's see. I gotta be careful not to make the shadow, the shading here, too hard or too visible. You know, because it is not supposed to be like that. Like I always say, I'm not trying to do anything look realistic. I just want things to look natural. Alright, yeah, okay, for the basics, that seemed to be fine. Let's switch the exposure back to 50% and the range back to mid-tones. Let's undo this selection. And let's use a smaller brush. 200 might be good. Now instead of using the pen, I'm going to use the mouse and just apply some shading right here. Right here on Charizard's face. Let's try a smaller brush now. 100. Alright, yeah. That seems good. Now, so, what I have done here. Charizard's head. Let me give you a better example. Let's paint over here, right? So Charizard's head has a basic shape that looks kind of like this, okay? More or less. Right? And here's the eye. Okay, so that's the... I know this looks horrible, but this is the basic shape, okay? So what I have done here right now, the reason why I apply so much darkness here is, since the light is coming from above, and Charizard's head is actually tilted like this, not at this angle, but kind of like this. Let me go back to this. Since light is essentially being cast at this angle on him, there should be... Actually, let me do this. So light is being cast like this, right? Kind of going like this, pretty much, right? Imagine these lines are the light, okay? So light is being cast from that direction to here, and because this is at an angle and light is coming from there, so this part here, this part of his forehead is actually casting some shadow on this part of his muzzle, so therefore this whole area over here is supposed to be a little darker. You know, it is supposed to have some shading. So that is what I have done here. I added some shading to this part here that is supposed to not be having as much light as the top of his head, for example. What I'm going to do next is, because his snout is not is more exposed to light than this section here, I am going to add some lighting to it. So this part here, let's add some lighting to that. Let's see, size 200. 200 is going to be too much. Let's try 150. Yeah, and I will need to isolate the head from the body once more. There we go. Again, with the mouse instead of the pen. Let's add some lighting right here. That was too much. Now let's use a smaller brush. 65? No, 100. There we go. I think, despite the fact that Charizard has very bright colors, which do not go very well along with the burn tool and the dodge tool, I think we are starting to see some actual shading, some differences, particularly on his head so far. So you can already tell this is darker, this is darker, this is brighter, and therefore this also is brighter. We are starting to make a dent on the shading. Okay. Let me use the burn tool, size 200 and 30% exposure. I'm going to add some more shading to his neck right here, very lightly. There we go, a little more here maybe. No, the problem with doing that, even though I need that, is that some of that shading has been applied to the human's head over here, and this part of his head is supposed to be lit up, because, you know, light is coming from above, and because his head is at an angle, it is not, also to a side kinda, it is not directly under Charizard's neck, therefore the neck is not casting a shadow on the head over here. So yeah, this shadow, it must go away. Let's undo. Okay, that's as much as I can undo. Let's see. I think I can delete this layer now. Let's bring back the line art. And I am going now to have just the line art for the human's head. So I can select that and have it be completely isolated from Charizard while I apply the shading that I need to on Charizard himself. See, this kind of thing is the reason why I like to have different limbs in characters be also on different layers, because if the human was on a layer of his own, I would not have to worry about the shading going over his head, literally. Well, not really over his head, but on his head. Let's erase some of this as well. There we go. Right, now let's use the lasso tool and select just the head, the human's head. Let's invert the selection and delete. There we go, that is exactly what I wanted. Righty. Now let's use the wand tool, select that. Hide that, go back to Charizard. Now I should be able to safely apply that, safely apply the shading that I want to apply here, without having the shadow go on the human's head. I am applying this on the right layer, right? I mean, with the right selection, right? Yes, I am. Okay, good. Let's do this again, because the application was not very successful. Oh, that was too much. I went too far. There we go. Nice. Now, while keeping this selection, I'm going now to invert said selection, because what I want now is to apply some lighting to the human's head. So let's switch to the dodge tool. For those who do not know, the dodge tool is what gives the lighting. Let's apply some of the. Actually, I'm going to use brush number 100. I'm using soft round brush, by the way. I can use the hard round brush, but that is not going to work out. Just to give you an example what the hard one is going to look like, let's switch to size 100. That is what it looks like. So it has to be the soft one. Alright, let's apply some of this, a little more lighting here on top of his head, and a little bit on the back here, particularly on the I don't know, on the what, the back of his head, I guess. And yeah, there we go. That looks good, right? Let's save. All right, let's see. What do I need to do next? There's a lot that I gotta do next, but let's see what I should be doing next. Let's see. Let's use the burn tool with a 50% exposure, and let's apply some shading to Charizard's leg over here, because you know Charizard's leg is curved. So this part here under his neck. First I was going to say under his chin, then I was going to say under his neck, when I actually just want to say under his knee. So this part here under his knee is supposedly receiving less light from above. Right? Now let's use a slightly smaller brush and apply even more shading here. There we go. Again, like I have exemplified with this here, Charizard's leg has this basic shape. Right, that's the leg, and here's his paw. Right, it's more or less like this. There's a claw. So the light, because it is coming from above, it is being it is shining kind of like this, right? Go light here. There we go. So this part here is lit up, while this part here is not. This part here has shadows. So that is what I am doing here right now. Thank you, Matt. Alright, I thought, is that looking good? Not yet. Let's go to the burn tool, not the burn tool, the dodge tool. Let's add some lighting to his knee now. Because again, since his leg is curved like that, this part here is supposed to be having more light being cast on it. There we go. How about a little more? Am I seeing a line here, or am I seeing things? No, there kind of is a line going here. That's probably because of the original initial lighting that I have done on this part here. It is kind of clashing. Ah, that can be a little bit of a problem. Well, first let me do another application here. You know, that is looking better now. Which reminds me, I gotta add some lighting to the tip of his toes down here as well. Because again, going back to this example here, light is supposedly being cast on these as well, or at least part of them. There we go. Which means that there is darkness down here. Oh wait, that's not the burn tool. Derp. Let's see, brush 65. Sure. There's more darkness down there. Yeah, because, you know, the shadow is being cast down here. Yeah. Let's use a smaller brush and 10% exposure with a highlights range, so I can give this a little bit more contrast. There we go. It's not perfect, but it should work. Right. Let's switch back to mid-tones and 50% exposure. Okay, so that line that I have accidentally created here, how am I going to fix that? Well, first I'm going to save, and now I'm going to use the blur tool with... I smell food. Who's cooking? Who's cooking what? I smell food. With a soft round brush. And actually the blur tool is not going to cut it. Let's use the smudge tool. Now with the smudge tool I gotta be careful, because it is going to smudge everything. What I need to do is to blend the colors. So let's be very gentle on the application of the smudge. There, very gentle, and slowly but surely that line is disappearing. Isn't that nice? I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Notice that I am doing kind of an arch with the cursor. That's because I am keeping in mind the shape of the leg. Even though this is a 2D picture, the object that I am working here right now is supposedly has a shape. So I gotta keep that in mind. Like if I were to draw a wireframe, so to speak, kind of lines, you know, to make the actual shape of the leg visible, it would probably look like something like this, more or less. Okay, I'm not going to be accurate with this, because that would take forever. Yeah, curve there. Yeah. There. That wasn't very good. I'm doing this on a new layer, by the way. Yeah, come on, hand. There we go. Now with this, you can tell what the shape of this leg is supposed to be. And so what I was doing there, what I still gotta do, by the way, is keep in mind this shape when applying. Actually, I can just go ahead and delete this. Let's go back to the thingy. So I gotta keep that in mind, because since I have already applied lighting and shading here, depending on how I move the cursor, that can completely mess up the shading that I have already done. And then to fix that will be a nightmare. Alright, there we go. It's been fixed. Remember that line that we were seeing going around here? Gone. It's as if it has never been there. Lovely. Let's save. And let's see what to do next. Well, this part here seems too bright. Let's apply some shading there. I'm going to use a smaller, lower exposure. Let's try 30%. And let's use brush number 150. There we go. Actually, just this part here. Just this part. Yeah. Let's undo and redo a few times to see the difference. Oh yes, this definitely looks better. Nice. Let's see, what next? Let's save. Now, I thought about adding a little more shading under Charizard's arms, but the amount of shading that I have applied here should be good as it is. Instead, in order to make it look darker, what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply more lighting to the top of the arms, because one, I have not yet done that, and two, that area is supposed to be brighter, you know, because it is actually receiving light from above. And that light is actually going to kind of create a contrast, which will give the idea that the lower part of his arms are actually darker than they actually are. So let's try and do that. Let's begin here with his shoulder. Actually, this brush might be too small for that area anyway. Let's go with 200. 200? Yeah. No, let's go with 150. Alright. Notice that I am trying to apply this to just his shoulder. Alright, go down here. Now let's do this again because I have applied this to the human's arm as well. There we go. Am I gonna have to use the line art to isolate the human completely? Come on. Let's delete this. Paste that again. Oh, this is going to be interesting. How am I gonna go about doing this? Shoot. What if I delete all the lines that are not Charizard's arms? Yeah, I think that is going to work. So let's begin. Let's erase the human's hand from here. I'm going to use a smaller brush for the eraser on this part, because the line art on Charizard's arm must remain untouched. This black line is actually not going to receive any sort of effects at all. I'm going to use this just as a sort of guideline for the selection that I'm going to have to make, so I can apply the effect to the arm that is colored. And since that does include the line art, though the colored line art, the selection must also include that. Did what I just say make any sense? I'm not sure if it did. I see a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense when I'm working on art. Alright, let's erase this here. And there, actually, I'm going to need a even smaller brush now. Very gently. There we go. Can erase that. Let's erase all the lines that are touching Charizard's arms over here. I'm gonna have to do this one here again. Here we go. There's a very tiny one here. Let's go ahead and erase this here as well. There we go. Oh yes, down here. See, again, if I had, maybe I should have done this, but if I had drawn the human's line art on a layer of its own, I would not be having to do this right now. Now I don't really have to worry so much about the lines on this side of Charizard here, because I don't know why, but I just feel like I don't need to. Anyway. Almost done. Let's erase this one here as well. I gotta have the Charizard's arm be completely separate from the body. Now you might be wondering, but Mike, if you are going to use the selection tool, you know, the wand tool, or even the lasso tool to create the selection that you need, won't that also select the inside area of the arm? Because, you know, there are a few gaps like this here, for example, where the lines, the black lines do not meet. Isn't that going to be a problem? And yes, it will be a problem. And for that reason, I'm gonna have to use a very small hard brush to add a line around to close said gaps, like here as well. Actually, I think I can close this one right about here, more or less. Yeah, doesn't have to be accurate. Let's see. Right. Let's pick the lasso tool now. Let's begin by selecting this part over here and then deleting it, and now this over here. Go around, delete that, and now let's select just Charizard's arms, you know, whatever's left of the black line art there. Now I'm going to invert the selection and delete whatever else is left outside the selection. There we go, selection has been undone. Now let's select it again, and let me test with a brush. Alright, I've got to invert the selection. Okay, now I can only apply stuff to the inside of the selection. Let's hide this layer and go back to the other layer there. And what was I doing? I was applying lighting, right? Alright, let's apply some lighting. So let's apply some more lighting here. Actually, let me use a smaller brush. Here, right here. Even smaller brush, please. Actually, no, not yet. Ah, frick! I accidentally moved Photoshop's window. Here we go. Now I can use a smaller brush. 45? Sure. Brush number 45. There. Let's try again. There. Right. Oh no! I forgot to select this teeny tiny area here. That's fine. It's not going to be much of a problem, I guess. Hopefully. Let's add some lighting here with this brush. And some here. Now this part here, the brush can go outside the selection. Just fine. No problem. Oh, wait. This part here, I can... This selection here is going to be a problem when applying the lighting on this part here. Alright, let's not touch that yet. Let's pick a smaller brush, even smaller please. Let's add some lighting here. And some more lighting right here. A little more. A little more is not going to hurt. Right. Now let's pick the burn tool. And let's switch to 50% exposure. And a little darkness down here. Just a little. Now a smaller brush. 10% exposure with highlights range. Let's see. Very gently. There we go. And let's kind of do the same thing down here. I'm going to need a much smaller brush to do the same thing, but closer to the line art. Because even though it is barely noticeable, if noticeable at all, for the untrained eye, there is a light line between the dark line that I drew there and the actual finger. So that kind of breaks the natural appearance that this is supposed to have. Okay, that is better. 50%. Right, let's see. Oh. I need to have Charizard's arms selected like this. That is a given. But this selection here, that is not ideal. Let's let's go back to the line art layer here and let's run a line here. Let's run a line there and erase this one. Go very close to the line down there. That should be fine. Now select. I'm going to select this area this time and invert the selection. Let's go to the dodge tool and let's apply the lighting on top like I was doing before. Alright, let's apply this here. Same thing on these fingers. Frick. This selection here is also wrong. Ah, God. Art is hard. Alright, let's just do this finger. And, well, this finger and this arm. Let's bother with those other fingers there from the other arm later. Let's try this again because I accidentally pressed a couple buttons on the pen. And that kind of cancelled what I was doing. Let's use brush 65? No. Let's use brush number 80. Let's add more lightness over here. There we go. That is fine. Now, let's undo the selection. Well, let's unselect, I should say, actually. And now let's use a very small brush. 27 might do the trick. Oh, frick, I forgot about the shirt, the human. I forgot about the human over there. It is on the same layer. Right. Let's erase this here. Let's erase that there. And that there. How am I going to do this? Here, maybe? Going as close to that line, orange line there as possible. No. That is not good. Not good. Not good at all. Undo. Alright, at this point I don't know what I'm trying to do here. Let's just force it. Here. There. See here? See the lightness going on the human shirt there as well? Now that is making it look like these two fingers are glowing, when in fact they are not. I know how to solve this. Let me undo this. Undo. Alright, delete this. Paste this back. I'm going to delete to erase all lines except the lines that define these two fingers over here. That way I can select just those two fingers. And therefore I should be able to apply the effect to just them and absolutely nothing else. Katita, happy Sunday. Thank you for joining the stream. How are you? Welcome. Alright, let's see here. This seems fine. Alright, so that there is just the fingers, right? Let me do this again because what I did there was not very good. Alright. Now I might be wondering, Mike, are you gonna have to use the eraser on everything else that's around there so you can have just those fingers selected? I could, but that would be a lot of trouble. So instead I'm going to select just the fingers like this. I'm going to invert the selection, and if I press delete, everything outside that selection is going to be deleted. So yeet, there we go. Now I have just the fingers selected. I have just the fingers. Now I can select them, invert the selection so I select the inside of the fingers. And just to confirm, let's run a brush here. Yep, that applied to only the inside of the fingers. So that is good. Now I can finally apply this thing the way it is supposed to be applied. Let's see, brush number 35 should be good. There we go. There. Let's use a smaller one and add a little more highlighting. There we go. Now let's undo the selection. It's not a very good solution because there were gaps here, but oh frick, oh there are the gaps. I forgot about the gaps. Oh no, now that looks horrible. Wait, I think I know how I can fix that. Let's pick the brush number 1 on the. Actually, I need the burn tool with this. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to try. No, 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 no. No. Oh boy. Highlight. No, it just makes it worse. Oh no. Oh my god, I should have done the human and Charizard on separate layers. Why did I think it would be a good idea to have them both be on the same layer? Ah. I mean, it is not really so much of a problem, visually speaking, when the picture is zoomed out. Well, this is actually 100% zoom, because you know this is actually the original size of the picture. It doesn't seem so apparent that little line, brighter line, is there. But when you pay attention, you can see it, and if you zoom in, you can clearly see the lines there. How am I going to fix this? I can fix this, I just don't yet know how. What if I apply shading to... doesn't look bad. The fact that it doesn't look great either, that is really bothering me, Matt. I never go for realism. I just try to make things look natural, and this does not look natural also, even though I am not a great artist. I do try to get things done as perfectly as I can possibly make them. And this is really, 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 really bothering me. I'm not gonna sleep soundly tonight if I cannot sort this out. Honestly. Even if I have to go back and do all that I have done here, I'm gonna have to fix this somehow. This must be fixed. Let's see. 10% exposure. I'm going to try and apply some burning to the very edge of the line art here, and at the same time the human's shirt, so you know, maybe give the idea that Charizard is kind of pressing against it, because you know Charizard is hugging him, and that's kind of how hugs work. I am trying to mitigate the problem in the best way possible. I don't know if this is the best way, probably not, but whatever works. Now it doesn't seem to be making much of a difference yet, because, well, one, I'm not pressing the pen hard enough on the tablet. Like these here, these lighter pixels, Bad, bad, bad. Very bad. Let's see what this looks like. It doesn't look good. It doesn't. Not really. I just had a crazy idea. What if I use the smudge tool with a very small brush, very small soft brush I should say, and I very gently run this brush along the line like this. That looks worse. Oh no, no, no. Undo. Let's go back on the history over here. Selecting verse. How much further back can I go? Because there's some of that problem happening here as well. No, it's not your fault, Matt. It's not your fault at all. I made the conscious decision to have both of these characters be on the same layer. That is 100% on me. It is not your fault. Whether this was your commission or on any other picture, this is a problem that I always run into if I have two different objects or characters be on the same layer when I need to shade them. Like, you know, the picture that I drew, you used as an example of what you wanted to be drawn for you. Actually, I have a copy of it here on your project folder. Dragon Hug. This one here. I had the exact same issue with this one here, and this was not a commission. This was something that I did on my own. Actually, it was a gift for a friend. This character here, this yellow character, that's her character. I have this character on the exact same layer as the dragon, and I had the exact same problem with shading when I had to shade the areas where the dragon ends and the whatever this character is starts. You can't really see it here now anymore because I did have a lot of trouble, but eventually I managed to sort out the problem. But oh, I can see a little green over here. Oh no! I will have to go back to this picture and fix this here. How did I leave that unattended? Anyway, I had the exact same problem with this character, with these two characters here. I don't know how I figured out how to fix this. I mean, I don't know how I fixed it, but I did eventually. Actually, you can see a little bit of that here. You see this area here where I am hovering with the cursor. This belongs to the dragon, but as you can see, as we get closer to, I think this is kind of a Pikachu-like wolf. As we get closer to this character, I'm just going to refer to this as a wolf. You can see here, right outside the wolf's line art, there's not exactly a glow, but there is, you can tell there's a difference in the shading going around here. And this happened because of the shading that I had to apply to the wolf over here. I had to apply darkness to this whole under area of the wolf, and a lot of that went over into the dragon, when this area here of the dragon was not supposed to have that. So I tried to mitigate that as much as I could, but it didn't work very well. Like here, for example, as well, you can see this part here going right above the dragon's paw. This is much brighter than it probably should, and that is because I had to apply lighting to the top side of the pole over here, and that lightning, not lightning, that lighting went over there, and well, it was applied to here. So bottom line is, that is a problem that I always run into whenever I have two characters or two objects, two separate characters and separate objects, I should say, be on the exact same layer. Because of the technique that I used to do shading, it generates this problem. And that is why I usually have things be on separate layers. I would have the same problem, well, with this picture here. If I had this leg here, for example, the dragon's leg, be on the same layer as the tail over there, and you can see there the tail is much darker on this part here, as it is supposed to, while the leg has a lot of light on this side and then darkness on this side here, as it's supposed to. If I had put the leg and the tail on the same layer, I would have a problem with shading and lighting going right along the edge over here. So yeah, that it is not your fault, Matt. Don't think for a moment that it is your fault. It isn't. If we have to say that it is someone's fault in some way, that is my fault. So yeah, not your fault. Okay, so this is as much as I can go back. Well, at least the problem is not so big on this part here. I think this should be easier to sort out than it was going to be over there. Having said that, let's try again, but with a smaller brush and a little farther away from the line art, although the line art also should have some of this lighting. Maybe if I do it very lightly, and by lightly I mean pressing lightly against the tablet. I mean, there's still some lighting leaking over the shirt, but it's by no means as bad as it was before. It's definitely no hard line going by. So yeah, I think this is a plus. Now I should be able to apply some of this burning going across more effectively to mitigate some more of that. Okay, alright, let's leave it like this, because I think this is the best that I'm gonna manage. This part here is still really bothering me. That is really bothering me. Ah, God, I should have made them on separate layers. Oh, so is it me or this is darker than it should be? Strange. Just in case, let's do this. Here we go. Alternatively, I could maybe have the shirt on the human be a little lighter, brighter like that, and just say, hey, this is light bouncing off Charizard's scale and onto the shirt, because, you know, that is kind of a behavior that light has. Light hits a surface and it bounces off that surface, reflecting over other stuff. A great example of that is something to see in caves, for example. Have you ever heard of God rays? Let me see. Cave God rays. Yeah, these things here. I thought of God rays because actually what I really want to think of are the caves, but to give you an example of light behavior. So this is a cave. Light is clearly coming from this part here, mainly a smaller area over here somewhere on the top. So this area here, it has no light being cast from above, from the light source. The light source is not casting any light whatsoever on this area here, and yet it is lit up. As you can clearly see, this area here in particular is very bright, and if we pay attention to the shadows on the surface of the rock, they are being cast from down to up. All right, so light is casting shadows from below to above. Why is that happening if no light has been casting from the light source inside of this cave? Because the little light that is being cast inside of the cave is bouncing off the rocks down here. It's bouncing off the rocks and reflecting on the walls of the cave, and that is why the walls of the cave here, even though they are not supposed to be lit up, they are lit up, and the color they have is not necessarily the same color as the light, and that is because one, the natural color of the rocks, but also the color of the surface where the light is hitting and bouncing off to. So when the light hits the rock down here, it reflects to everywhere pretty much, but when it does that, it also carries with itself some of the color of that surface. So for example, let's say that this cave and the rocks in this cave are completely orange. Okay, if the surface where the light here, where this God ray is hitting, if this surface was, I don't know, let's say 100% blue, very blue, what would happen is the light being cast on the walls of the cave would also gain a blue tint. So to give you an example, let's copy this picture over to Photoshop, and let's see, let's make a new layer on top. Yeah, sure. Let's pick blue. Let's pick a soft round brush. Yeah, let's apply some of that here. Okay. Let's add some opacity and change whatever this is. So yeah, this should work enough as an example. So if although this is too bright, so if the surface where the light is hitting was blue, the light being reflected onto the walls would also gain a blue tint. Let me find the correct thingy here. Color, no. Luminosity, no. Screen maybe. Multiply, color burn, darker color, lighting, screen, yeah, sure. Though a little less opacity. But anyway, if the surface where the light is hitting were to be 100% blue, even though the light itself is white and the surface of the cave is, let's say, brown, the light that is going to be hitting these walls would gain a blue tint. So as you can see the difference here, now the cave is bluish. So yeah, why did I start talking about this? I forget. Oh yes, I was talking about light behavior. So yeah, I think I can say that this is light bouncing off Charizard and onto the shirt. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. I mean, it works. I don't want to have it start all over again. Oh no, I have already gone way too far on the shading to start over. No. The thing here now is if I make mistakes, I will have to either try to fix them or mitigate them as much as possible. And don't worry, this again is not your fault, Matt. It is not your fault. This is a sort of problem that I always run into. This is just part of the process, really. This is part of the entire process. Alright, anyway, let's see, what should I do next? I think this area here is fine for now as it is. Although I could use a little more lighting on that shoulder. Let's try that. With a little smaller brush. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. And a little more. Okay. So the initial lighting now is causing another line to appear here. I'm not sure if you can see that on the stream, but there's a line showing here now as I apply more lighting to this arm. So let's get rid of that in the same way that I have done with the light, with the line that was appearing on the leg. And again, keeping in mind, I'm creating a layer here. Let's keep in mind the shape of this arm, okay? So the arm supposedly has a shape kind of like this, more or less, right? Yeah, there we go. This is a two-dimensional picture, right? But you gotta think of it as a three-dimensional object. So for that reason, I gotta be careful with how I apply the blur, not the blur tool. What is this called again? The smudge tool, to eliminate this line here, because I gotta follow the shape of the arm in order to keep the lighting in place, you know, without messing it up. Gonzaga and AZ Brazil, thank you so much for joining the stream today. Happy Sunday. How are you? You are very welcome to join. There we go, carefully. Just a little bit up here. Oh wait, is this line blurry over here? Did I accidentally apply more of the effect than I should over there? Hold on, let me see this. Smudge. Yes, I did. Oh frick. Okay, I'm gonna have to start again with this smudge. I'm doing very well, thank you. Best now, that is very good to know, AZ. I hope it gets better. Alright, let's start this smudging again. I gotta be careful with the line art, because I must not smudge the line art. There we go. Gently. A little less zoom so I can actually see what I'm doing. There we go. Going down here. I see the line going down here. You want me to sing a song? Actually, I could try to sing along something that is playing on this playlist. I know the lyrics to many of these songs. Let's pick something. Something that I know. I know Gypsy Bard. The problem with this song is that I always run out of breath when singing this one. There is a slower version that I can actually keep up with, but let's try this one. Let's see if I can remember all the lyrics too. Wait. This is the instrumental version. Hold on. Let's skip. Let's see, where's another Gypsy Bard? Days of Silence. Song of the End is a fun one, actually. I know the lyrics of this one. Time's end is fast approaching, heat, death is now encroaching. Why don't you come along and see it with me? You brought about the end, though unwillingly, sparing you to see it will be my mercy. Stars undergo implosion, planets endure explosion. Oh, is there not a beauty in such expanses? You've brought... I messed up. That time I'm gonna start over. I know the lyrics. I wasn't ready. Time's end is fast approaching, heat, death is now encroaching. Why don't you come along and see it with me? You've brought about the end, though unwillingly, sparing you to see it will be my mercy. Stars undergo implosion, planets endure explosion. Oh, is there not a beauty in such expanses? Do you comprehend? Have you come to your senses? Blunders such as these have steep consequences. Life is a fickle thing, it's not meant for meddling. Now it is time to put an end to your short and sad one. Say your goodbyes, I hope you've had all your fun. Grabo tambos et vivat in aeternum. Whew. There we go. I like this song, it's a very fun one. I actually have this as my ringtone on my phone, although not this exact same version. It's kind of a remixed version without the lyrics, which is also in this playlist. It is this one here. Yeah, that's my ringtone. Whenever someone calls me, that's what my phone does. It plays this thing. Alright, let's go back to what I was playing before. Good Old Days? No, it wasn't that one. Oh, it was Gypsy Bard. Where is that? Whatever. Good Old Days is a very good song. If this has played again, let's let it play again because it's a fun one. I like it. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's see. What am I supposed to do here next? Oh, here. See how much better the lighting on the arm looks now? I like that. Let's keep it like that. Should probably improve the lighting on Charizard's neck on top here. Also his head. I haven't really done much work on Charizard's head at all. I did do some work on his face, but not actually his head. Okay, let's see if I can sort that out. Well, then again, most of the top side of his head is already very exposed to light, so there isn't really much that I can do here. Alright, let's not do anything there for now. Let's instead add more lighting on top of his neck over here, because this area is even more exposed to light. Yeah. Oh, here. His jawline. His jawline should have a little more lighting. Right here. Blooming! Haven't seen you in a while. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining and welcome. Actually, I think for you it's already Monday, so happy Monday. Oh. Charizard is smiling. Therefore, when we need some lighting here as well on his cheek. Yeah. There we go. But that might have been too much. Let's try again. When are the lives in Portuguese? The streams in Portuguese, they happen every Wednesday, Gonzaga. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, or for people living here in Brazil, that would be 9 in the, oh my god, why can't I say this in English? 9 o'clock by Brazilian time. The Brazilian time, sorry. I say 9 o'clock, but I mean 9 in the evening. So 9 p.m. Actually, if you type exclamation schedules on the chat, you're going to see all the time, or all the days that I stream, as well as the times. That is no problem, Lotus. Actually, I started about almost half an hour late today as well. Again, I should say. And this time I actually have no excuse as to why I started late. Because I was doing a whole bunch of nothing. And I've been awake since like midday, more or less. So it's not like I overslept either. Honestly, why did I start the stream late today? I don't know. I don't have a valid excuse this time. Anyway, let's add some light highlights to some areas of Charizard's head here. So I have added, I'm gonna add a little more lighting right here to his cheek. Let's add some, let me use a smaller brush. You're welcome, Gonzaga. Let's add some lighting here to this part of his face, above his eye. Because you know, anatomy. And again, even though this is a 2D picture, we gotta think of this as a 3D object. So I gotta bear in mind where shapes are and what those shapes are, if that makes any sense to you. That could be a little better. Let's undo. Let's undo and start that over. Go. Maybe let's use less lighting. Yeah, that seems better. And how about a little more lighting here on his snout? Nah, let's not. Like schedule you explain. Thank you, Gonzaga. I hope it actually is well explained, because I am terrible at explaining things. Let's see. What else should I be doing for his head? Now this area here seems too dark. It is too dark. Let's make it be less dark. Let's see, let's use brush number 250. And let's use an exposure of 30% instead of 50%. And instead of using the pen, I'm going to use the mouse. Okay, that looks better. That looks much better. Let's reduce the darkness over here as well by adding a little more light to this side of his head as well. Oh, hold on. I gotta isolate the head first. Let's use the lasso tool. There we go. The head has been isolated. There. There should be some light coming from this side here as well. And there. Okay. I guess this is fine for his head. Not too much lighting or shading there, because again, light is coming from above, from up top. And besides, like I have explained it earlier, Charizard has a very light colors, and these colors do not work very well with my shading technique. Which is not to say that I'm not going to make this look better. I am going to. I'm going to use some extra effects later, but first I need to get all the shading done. Well, all the basic shading done. Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not entirely sure what I'm trying to say. I'm not even sure what I'm trying to do here. Alright, let's see. The human. What kind of shading does he need here? Or have I done all the shading that he needs? I could do some more shading, and probably should. Some more shading on the wrinkles on his clothes. Like here, for example. By the way, guys, if you ever have any ideas of what neat things I can add to the options of things that you can redeem for Dragon tokens, do suggest. Suggestions are always welcome, and for a while I have been wanting to add more things there, more stuff, which I actually have already added. Although there's a few options that I enable or disable depending on what I am streaming. Like for example, for the Sunday streams, there's an option that I don't remember all the cost, but it enables you to ask me to draw you something, and when I am playing a driving game, for example, let's say King of the Road or American Truck Simulator, there's an option to make me not use the GPS, but instead for 10 minutes get to my destination, or try to get my destination by just following traffic signs along the road. And last time I have done that, I got myself lost in Las Vegas for 15 minutes while I was trying to find the repair shop. But it was fun though. But yeah, suggestions are welcome if you have any. This here does not look good. How can I fix this? Not fix it. How can I improve? How can I mitigate the issue? Let's see, let's try this. Well, that worked. That worked very well, actually. Much easier than I thought it would be. Excellent. Here we go. Do I actually need to add these extra shadows to these wrinkles? I'm feeling like I don't. I cannot really picture how this would actually be necessary, let alone how this would look good. So let's not. If anything, the shoes, his feet here, this area, are the areas that actually need any sort of shading. But it is already 2 hours upstream, and it is about that time that I usually take a quick 1 minute break to use the bathroom. So let me save this. So yeah, guys, excuse me for a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I will be back. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna be very brief. Only a minute, and I will return. So be right back.
so pretty. You've got another small apartment in the city. It's only words, no real story. No you catastrophe, no hidden allegory. Go for a walk, no destination. Stay off the train, there'll be no one at the station. I'm gonna see you on the other side. I'm counting on you today. Fearless promises will only fade away, but that's alright. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright.
And I am back. See, told you I would be quick. Oh hey, there's Gypsy Bard. All right, now because I have clicked on OBS, I'm gonna have to restart Photoshop because for some reason OBS kills the pen pressure, and I need pen pressure. So let's restart this real quick. Alrighty. Excuse me. Okay, let's see, where was I? By the way, I am almost done shading Charizard and the human. And having said that, I am specifically referring to this layer that I am dragging around right now. Right? It's been 2 hours to get this thing almost done. But having said that, once I finish shading this, the wings and the tail and the other leg over there, those are going to be extremely easy to shade, and therefore far quicker to shade. So yeah, hopefully those are not going to take as much time, and hopefully I'm going to finally be finishing this thing on today's stream. I have been saying this for the past 2 or 3 Sundays and I have not managed. Actually, last Sunday I took over 2 hours to just do this flame here. Actually, almost 3 entire hours to do this flame. I do have to say though, I dare say, this thing turned out very nicely, I think. Anyway, let's see, what am I going to be doing here next? I think the human could benefit a little from some more shading. Then again, there isn't really that much that I can add in terms of shading to this human. Maybe some shading here on his ear. That is way too dark. Let's change the exposure to 50%. No, not 50%, 30%. And let's add, well, let's have a little more zoom. Let's add some darkness here. That seems to be good enough. And let's use a slightly larger brush, 35, to add some here. There was too much down there. His lower area of his hair. Yes, that seems fine. And some here too. There, his jawline and his chin. There. And maybe some over here too. Oh yes, it's good. Maverick, oh my god, thank you, spot on. Okay, his donation, thank you so much. I'm not going to cry this time. Hey, I've waited for so long. I've been wanting. Oh my god, I can't speak. I've been wanting to use that little animation thingy for so much time now. Thank you so much, Mav. Thank you so much. That is extremely appreciated. Hey, the initial bar to afford a new PC is now almost at the end. Oh god, that is extremely helpful. Seriously, thank you so much, and welcome to the stream, Maverick. Haven't seen you here in a while. Welcome and happy Sunday or Monday if you are already leaving on Monday. Happy Sunday. It is definitely a happy Sunday. Oh man, thank you so much. Really, thank you. How are you doing anyway? Last time I saw we interacted was only on TMP chat. Have to eat now. Hopefully the stream isn't done before I finish. So have a good night. No problem, Matt. I reckon it should be going for at least another hour, but likely I think, I'm not sure about this, so don't quote me on this. I'm not going to make any promises, but I think today's stream is going to last for about 4 hours, so about 2 more hours from now. I hope, because I really want to get this picture finished today, and I am really close to finishing it. So by the time you're done eating, I am likely still going to be working on this. But in any case, if I am not, I wish you a very good night and an awesome week. And for now, enjoy your meal. Eating is a good idea. I do that sometimes. I love meat. Meat is delicious. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah. I was working on this human here. Let's add a little darkness to his forehead here. Not darkness, a little shading here. Not too good the last few days. Not someone close to me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mav. But I got the wish and went peacefully. I'm trying my best to stay positive. Oh, I'm very sorry for your loss, Mav. Man, I can even start to think what it is like to lose someone close to you. Yeah, eventually I will get through that as well myself. But yeah, I wish you can overcome that. And I mean, man, I don't even know what to say about this sort of stuff. I had a brother, well, actually a half brother. Yeah, he was actually son of my father from another marriage before I was born. And we were not close. We only met in person like twice when he came to visit us a few years ago. So we are not close. But he actually passed away last month. Last month or the month before? Now I'm not sure. I think it was the month before. He passed away, and my father obviously he was very touched by that. And I was not nearly as much, because like I said, we were not close, but I still felt like you know the feeling when you get the bad news and it's like someone slamming you with a hammer. It's definitely an awful feeling. What I felt is certainly not nearly close to what you felt and what I will feel eventually in the future. But yeah, it's definitely a bad one. I'm very sorry, but I'm glad to know that you are staying positive and you are feeling better. At least I hope you are feeling better. You seem to be feeling better. But anyway, yeah. It's difficult trying to think what to say exactly. And before I say something I probably should not, let's move on. Let's change subject. And yeah, let's lift up. Let's try to raise our spirits. What was I gonna do here next? Oh, his hair. I gotta make this look more like a hair. Like right now, I'm not entirely sure what this looks like. let's give this hair some, not exactly texture, but let's make it look like it has some texture. And I'm going to resort to that trick that I usually employ, and I will be using a lot on this picture. It just has not yet come to that time yet, but for the hair, let's go ahead and do that now. And the trick is, let's put trick in quotation marks, is to use this leaf brush with a small size, 10 pixels I think. It's either 10 or 15 pixels of the size and an exposure of 15%. It's either 15% on the exposure and 10 pixels in the size, or 10% on the exposure and 15 pixels in the size. I can never remember which one. Either way, let's apply some of this with the burn tool down here on the darker areas, you know, the areas that are supposed to be darker a little bit. Let's go over to the brighter areas a bit too. I don't even know what's the difference, but I'm trying to show my face when I see more. AWSW since what is AWSW? I don't know what AWSW is though. I might have played whatever that is, but I don't know what that is. Can you tell me what that is, please? Angels of with Kids. Ah, no, I have not yet. That is on my list to play soon. Actually, I was thinking about playing that. When was it? For the past 2 weeks, actually. But then I remember that I have King of the Road on my Pentium 4 computer, which I actually played last Friday. And I also have been wishing to play Star Wars: The Phantom Menace for quite some time too. So I played that also. But Angels with Scaly Wings is definitely on my list to be playing very soon. I have not played since the last Friday. Actually, let me open Steam. And if I go on the date when I played it for the last time, we are going to see last played February 19th, which is exactly when I streamed this game. Let's go to YouTube and let's confirm that, because the VOD for this stream is no longer on Twitch. Twitch automatically deletes. My god, what's up with this Zoom? Automatically deletes after what is it, 14 days I think. Yeah, I think it is. Actually, hold on, I can just use the search instead of going to the YouTube studio, because there's a bunch of stuff there. The original Phantom Menace game. Yes, the original Phantom Menace game. It really does not control very well. And yeah, I also have never finished the game. Let's see, Angels with Scaly Wings Gaming Friday Mike Dragon. Am I gonna find that if I type these things? Yes. Let's see, what is the date? Yes, February 19th. Yeah, I have not played this game since I streamed it on February. Wow, it's already been that long? God. This game is definitely due for another stream. Yeah, and you know what is it's not even that the controls themselves are hard. I think what really makes the controls as bad as they are is not even that the controls themselves are bad, because they are bad. It's mainly the camera. Let me change the exposure to 10%. It is mainly the camera, and I know the camera being fixed on a semi top-down view is a game choice, a game design, but it's not a good one. It is definitely not a good one. But yeah, I used to play the game a lot when I was a kid. Well, not really a kid. I was actually a teen at the time. But regardless, it was many years ago. I used to play that game a lot. that game a lot. I don't remember how far exactly I got on that game, but I can't believe it was too far in the game, because the last level I remember playing was somewhere in Tatooine, and I think it was before the pod race. When I got to Tatooine, oh, same as me, with the garage things that squished me all the time. I don't think I ever passed that part. I don't remember what part of Tatooine I got into, but I definitely remember that I got as far as getting to Tatooine. And I'm pretty sure the reason why I could not get past that level, and eventually I think I gave up, is because I was a scrub who did not speak English at the time. So I'm pretty sure the game told me what to do. I just could not figure out. I just didn't read, so I didn't know where to go, what to do, and I got stuck on the level. Like, I didn't know where I should go anymore. But yeah, I want to go back to the game and actually finish it. On the stream, I played as far as, where did I go as far as? I played through the underwater city of the Gungans. Oh yeah, I just met. I was gonna say the princess. I just met Queen Amidala, and I was when I ended the stream, I was about to start the escort mission to find another exit, another way around to her ship. Did you ever play Jedi Power Battles? No, I have not, but I have played Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, which is a Age of Empires like game. I actually have that game. I still have it. I also have played Star Wars. Oh my god, I can't remember. What is it called again? Battle something 2? Oh god, what is that? Where is that? Let's see. Dark Forces, Rogue Squadron. I have played those. Battlefront! Yes, I have played Battlefront. Fun game. I wish there was more to that game. Yep, Battlefront. Very fun game. Actually, my favorite parts of the game was the space battles. Not so much for the battles themselves, but because you actually got to pilot a ship somewhere. But yeah, those were fun. Let's see. Okay, I think this is fine for the human. See what I was talking about, the texture slash not texture on the hair? This is not a texture, but it does kind of sells the illusion that the hair has some sort of texture. Alright, so that is done. Let's save. Now let me do a quick look around here and see what else do I need to add in terms of basic shading and lighting. What else do I need to add to either of these characters? Not that much, I think. And like I was explaining earlier on the stream, because Charizard has such brighter colors, the technique that I use to shading to do shading and lighting, specifically soft shading, does not work very well with such bright colors. The brighter the colors, the less the effect works. But so far, I think this is fine. What I will have to be doing here, and I will do that later. Actually, maybe I could do that now. Actually, is use extra layers to add extra effects to the shading and the lighting. I could do that now, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Let's create a new layer about this, and let's see, what exactly do I want to do first? I don't know what I want to do. I do not know what I will be doing here. I don't know how to do it. I'll give it 2 weeks and we'll see if we can finish that donation goal. Oh man, that is going to be amazing if this can happen. Like seriously, 11 years old is the process on this computer. What is the processor usage like right now? Yeah, it is fairly high, considering that I am only running Windows Media Player, a browser with only a couple tabs open, 2 Windows Explorer windows down here, Discord, 1 MS Paint window which I actually don't need anymore. Let's close that, and Photoshop plus OBS streaming. Yeah, a modern computer, the CPU usage would definitely be like down here, and see how much it spikes up. Yeah. But anyway, what was I saying? Right, the extra shading. I am going to need Charizard's original line art. So let's copy this, and sure, let's reuse this layer. Because now what I need to select just Charizard's leg. That is all I need to select here. So let's use the eraser. Yes, there's a hard brush that I can use. There we go. Let's erase this line. There. And let's isolate this. Actually, I didn't need to do that. I don't need to do that. Why am I doing that? What I need is just this. Yes, this is just what I need. And let's invert the selection, hide this layer, and create a new one underneath it. Now, let's use a soft round brush with the color black. Yes, that is a flat, absolute black. And let's see, like I was talking about earlier on the stream, although this is a 2D picture, we gotta think of this as a 3-dimensional object. Therefore, what I am about to do here now must obey the shape of the leg. So in terms of how light and shadows work in relation to shapes, I gotta figure out how exactly I gotta apply this. Do I want to go like this? No, I got it. This is what I want. Well, more or less. Alright, let's put that there. Let's see, a smaller brush. Now let's use the eraser with also a soft round brush. And let's erase some of this on the sides, like that. A little more here, yes. Now I want a even smaller brush. And let's do some more here on these corners. Again, the shadow must obey the shape of the object. And again, it is a 2D picture, but you gotta think of this as a 3D thing. And the shading, the proper shading on anything 2D can sell the idea that it is 3D. That actually reminds me, a great example of this. I have not watched that movie yet, but it is on my list on Netflix. I don't know if you guys know of the... shoot, what it's called again? It's not Noah. It's a Christmas movie. Ah, frick. Screw it, I'm just gonna go on Netflix and check in the name. Let's see, Netflix. Michael. Where's my list? Stranger things. Dragon. God, I love this show so much. The Dragon Prince. I am so I really can't wait for the next season. Such a good show, that one. Anyway, what am I looking for? I don't know when I see it. Klaus, this here. So Klaus.
Okay, post office is now officially open.
It
You have
looks
your
like
letters, step
3D
right in.
animation.
Thank you.
But actually, I was watching a documentary on how this movie was made. It is 2D animation. But the shading they used on that makes it look like it is 3D. So yeah, a good shading, if you do it right, can make anything 2D look 3D. Never seen or heard of it. Then again, I don't have Netflix. Ooh, you're talking about the Dragon Prince? Maverick! Oh my god! If you like dragons as much as me, you must watch the Dragon Prince. You just must. It is a must. Seriously, go on Google. Actually, let me do it for you. Let me go on Google. The Dragon Prince. This show is so freaking good. What am I looking for here right now? Ah, frick, I can't remember the name of the character, but this... Oh, hold on. This little guy over here. He's so freaking cute. This little dragon, he's so freaking cute. And yes, there are many dragons on the show. And this is one of them. This is actually... Well, I'm not gonna say because I'm gonna be giving spoilers. But believe me, the first time I saw this, I saw this human guy, this little kid, this elf girl, and whatever this is, and I said, this looks strange. Is it good? But then I saw this guy here, and I said, oh my god, that's so cute. Okay, I'm gonna give this a chance. And the story, it starts very slowly, but it is very well paced. It is a very good story. Look at him. I can't remember his name right now, but this little guy is so freaking adorable. So freaking adorable. Yeah. But the story is very well paced. And very nice story, actually. You finish an episode, and you're like, oh my god, seriously, you're gonna give me that cliffhanger? Oh no. Just gonna go ahead and start the next one immediately, pretty much. It is a really good show. I highly recommend it. Even if you have to get the 1 month trial for Netflix, I strongly recommend that you watch The Dragon Prince. Or if you can get your hands on the show some other way, I strongly recommend it. It's a really good show. Really good show. Let's see if it's available elsewhere. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yar har fiddly, being a pirate is all to me. Do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. I swear. I swear to Banana. If I didn't have Netflix, or if I had to cancel the membership before I finish the show, I would have Yar Hard, the show. Actually, I have a collection of stuff that I have Yar Hard because I could not get my hands on them any other way. I'm not proud of that, but it was the only option that I had. Like The Office, for example, I started watching on Netflix, and then they took it off, and I said, oh, you know what, screw you, I'm gonna Yar Hard. But yeah, The Dragon Prince, amazing show. I strongly recommend it. But anyway, like what I was talking about? Klaus. So I haven't yet watched Klaus. It seems to be a good movie, but it is 2D animation. Looks like 3D, like CGI 3D. But no, it is actually 2D. I was watching a documentary on how it was made. It's available. Awesome. Watch it. It is really good. I am pretty sure, I'm not gonna promise, but I'm pretty sure that you are not going to regret it. Give it a chance, you are going to like it. If anything, for just the little dragon there. And the big dragons, they are awesome looking. All right, let's see here. So yeah, going back to what I was talking about clouds. Good shading on any 2D picture can make it look like a 3D thing, and pretty much give life, so to speak, to some things. Actually, I have a nice example of that as well. Let's go here, if I can remember where that is. To DeviantArt. Wait, oh no, maybe that might be in videos. Africa. Here it is. This here. This is a background. Okay, let me pause this right here. So this is a background that I was working on for a picture many years ago, and then I decided to cancel that picture. But then, when I canceled that picture, I stopped the progress on the background at this point. So as you can see, very flat colors. This is not 3D, by the way. This is just textures that I applied on Photoshop. So everything looks flat, right? Very lifeless. But then I decided to make another picture, and I needed a background for that, and I remembered of this here, and I thought, hey, maybe that can work. So I decided to take this, finish this, and apply and use this for that picture. So obviously I finished this this background. So what you see here right now is the background when I canceled the picture it was originally for. And I decided, I don't know why I decided this, why I thought of this in the first place, but I decided to compare this stage of the progress of this background with the finished version. So I decided, hey, what is it going to look like if I put this, if I make a video out of this with a transition between the unfinished with the finished one. So I did that, and this is what this is. So the finished product has a lot of shading and lighting, and well, I'm just gonna let the thing speak for itself. So let me play this. There's a finished one. See the difference? How much of a difference the proper shading and lighting can make on a picture. This is still 2D, but I'm not saying this is great, but I think it at least sells the idea that this is 3D. Here the unfinished, the finished. It's like life has been wait, what am I trying to say? I don't know. Life has, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It has gained life, so to speak. Also, you see that mountain back there, the trees and such. I actually just recycled a very old picture to use as a background there. Breath, yes, that's what I'm trying to say. I've been working on a visual novel for sure. I guess. Yeah. I do like making backgrounds, that's for sure. But yeah, the proper lighting on a picture, on a 2D picture, can make it look like a 3D thing, even if it doesn't actually look like computer rendered, you know, or something like that. But yeah, that's a very big difference from this to that. And if you go on my DeviantArt gallery, you will find many examples of that as well. But anyway, what exactly am I trying to do here? Alright, I actually don't know what I'm trying to do here. That is the brutal truth. Let's drop the opacity to 10%. So that kind of increased the idea of there being a shadow there. Not by very much, and actually I need to remove some more here on top. There. Alright, now I think that looks more natural. Does it? Yes, it does. What if I change whatever this is called? Can that look even better? Let's see. Nah. It's not gonna, because it's just a flat black. Alright. So that is done. Let's see. Is any other part of this going to benefit from applying black like this? Let's see. Let's apply black. I am using just a black brush right now. I'm not using the burn tool or oh, other parts of the characters can benefit of this. Ah, I just gotta do it right. Alright. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. Let's select this. No, wait. Gotta select this layer first. Ah, frick. Yeah, sure. No. Undo the selection. Delete. Paste that. Yes. There we go. Select that, and let's invert this selection. Let's see here. Again, this is just a brush with color black on it. I'm using 10% opacity on the layer. Alright, this does not look bad, but it's not good enough yet. Let's try brush. Oh, that's 200. I thought it was brush 300. Let's use 150. Let's see. This still counts as soft shading, but it's closer to what hard shading is like. Let's erase some of this up here because of lighting, and some back here as well. Let's see. Yes, I like the result of this. Looks good. Alrighty. Let's see, what else can I do with this? I must not overdo. This is just to enforce the shading, so to speak. Maybe I could use some of this here on Charizard's neck. I feel like that area could benefit of that. But in order to do that, I'm gonna need to isolate his head from the neck as well as the human's head, because I don't want to apply these effects to those areas. Oh, it's not really an effect, it's just a brush. Anyway, let's pick the eraser with a hard round brush, and let's erase the line art on the neck, leaving just the line art of the head. Like that. Yes. And same thing down here, but leaving the human untouched. Charizard himself is already doing way too much touching there. I obviously am referring to the hug, okay? Nothing else. Don't go thinking bad things. Charizard's a good boy. Okay, this here should be good enough for the isolation of the layer. Oh wait. Gotta do here as well. There we go. Let's use a larger brush now so I can have an easier time erasing this here. Okay, now I need to select all of this, and let's confirm this is what I want. Yes, this is. Alright, let's hide that layer. Go back to this one. I should name this. Shadows. Sure, shadows. 10%. 10% on the name of the layer, just so I know that this layer is supposed to have a 10% opacity, just in case I need to, for some reason, disable the opacity or change it back all the way to 100%. And let's say I do that and then I don't remember what the opacity I decided to use for this is, so that there is a reminder. Alright, let's see here. Brush size 150% on a soft one, and I'm gonna need size 200 perhaps. Well, if you're asleep, a great rest of you. Alright, Mav, thank you so much for joining again. Thank you so much for the donation. Hopefully we'll meet again on the next stream, or one of the next streams. Especially the next time I stream Angels with Scaly Wings, because that's a fun game. I actually want to see where that story is going. And yeah, thank you so much for joining. I hope you have enjoyed the little you saw here, and I wish you a very good night of sleep, and get some good rest there, and have an awesome week as well. See you around. Why did you switch to 250? I want brush number 200 for this. Let's see here. Let's add just some shadows here. Some. Not too many, not too much. Actually, some here too. Hopefully we'll watch it another. Alright, see you then, Mav. Have a good one. Good night. Sleep well. Dream with dragons. I mean, dream of dragons. Actually, fun fact. My dragon character, my favorite one, you know, the green one that you see in most pictures that I draw, this big guy here, I did not create this character. I did not create this design. I worked the design, but I didn't actually create him. I literally dreamt him. Literally. That character came to me in a dream. And when I actually liked the design, like the dream, and when I woke up, I decided to draw it, to draw what I saw in the dream. And on the day after, or 2 days after the dream, I actually decided to make that into a character. So yeah, Michael Braveheart, which is the name of that dragon, he was born from a dream. Or should say, he hatched from a dream. He's a dragon after all. And dragons come from eggs. Alright, let's see here. Hard round brush for the eraser. Let's run the eraser over here. Ah, frick! Not there. I used too big of a brush. There we go. Yeah, there, see? Whatever I am doing is working. I find it funny when I say whatever I am doing, because most of the time I actually don't really know what I am doing. I'm just doing things and seeing what works and what doesn't. But yeah, this is working. Let's switch to a soft round brush for the eraser, and let's try and tweak this a little bit more. So let's remove some of this shadow on top here. There we go. Yes, that looks more natural, I think. Let's remove some of it over here as well. Yes, I like it. I like it a lot. Let's do a little tweaking over here too. A little shadow on this. I don't know why I say like a shadow. A little shadow here. Maybe a little less. Like over here. Yeah. Oh yes, this looks more natural. And that's what I always am aiming for. Make things look natural. Not realistic, just natural. Now, let's tweak those fingers over here. I don't believe I need as much shading on them as I have here. Ow! The way I'm gonna do this is actually by using the dodge tool on the fingers. Alright, let's do that then. Now a little larger brush, please. A little more. There. 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 And almost there. There. Okay, that works. Now that should have made it look a little more natural. But let's add a little more to this naturality by adding some shading below the hand. No, not below it, under the hand. Right here. That's too much. Let's change the exposure to 10% and the range to highlights. There we go. Yeah, boy! That's what I want. Oops. I did not want to call for the start menu. Let's do some of this here. Now, this is not good. There we go, that's better. Yes, that works. Excellent. Very good. Let me drink some water. Marvelous. Yeah, I think I am almost done. I was gonna say that I think I am done, but I am not done yet with this section. Let's create a new layer above this. I'm going to call this lighting. Lighting? Yes, lighting. I'm not going to define an opacity for that yet. And now, what I'm going to do here is essentially the same thing that I have done with the shadows, but this time with light. So let's switch to the brush. Actually, I'm going to need a new layer of line art. African. Do that. There we go. Right, let's see here. I'm gonna want... What do I want here? Let me think for a moment. I'm going to be silent for a short feel while I think here. I have to decide how do I want to make the selection. I need to have the effect that I'm going to apply. I need to have it not applied to Charizard's horn over here. I'm trying to think, how can I do that? I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Like, I need to select this area, but I need this to not be selected, along with the line art that is over here. So, but I need, oh god. Okay, I think I got it. Select the inside of this Ah, frick. Give it a brush. Let's run a line here to isolate the head from the horn, or this part of the neck from the head. Right. Select this, and the outside. Now, if I'm not mistaken, why did I select the outside? I don't need to select the outside. I do need to select the outside. What the hell am I trying to do here? I don't know what I'm trying to do. That is the truth. Actually, hold on. Select the outside. Yes. Select this. No, but if I have this selection here now, the effect that I'm going to apply is going to be over the line art of the horn as well. And I don't want that. My god. What if I do it like this? Let me undo this. Remove the little line, right? Let's run a black line here, like so. Almost the same thickness as the original line art, as close as possible. Hey, welcome back, Matt. See, I told you I would still be here. Welcome back. Now let's erase the lines that belong to the horn and the head. There we go. It is no problem that it is a bit wonky over there, because that is actually supposed to be hidden by the horn. Right, let's use a slightly larger brush here to make it easier to erase these lines. There we go. I don't need to erase all of these lines, just the ones that matter. Okay. My plan, that I have no idea if it is going to work, is to first apply the effect on the selection that I'm going to be doing here now. This, like that. And then go back to the line art and have just the line art of the horns plus the head, obviously, but remove the line art from the neck. I don't know what I'm trying to do. I never know what I'm trying to do. Anyway, I gotta invert the selection. Let's see. Okay, this is correct now. So like I said, now I gotta do light. So let's pick sure, this white from that cloud. Let's make it a little brighter. Is this what I want? I guess so. Let's pick a soft round brush and a little zoom. Yeah, maybe this much zoom should be fine. And now let's apply this over Charizard's neck, the back of his neck. That kind of rhymed. And a little bit of this over here too, on his shoulder. Sure, why not? And a little on this side of his head too. Should not hurt. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's pick a smaller brush and do a little bit of this here on his neck, there. Like that. Now let's use a hard round brush with the eraser to remove what I have applied here on his face, because I don't want that there. Not now, not like this. And let's remove the selection. Okay. Obviously this does not look good, but I'm not done yet. Let's erase this here. Okay, now let's make this layer visible again. Delete it, paste it over it again, and let's swap the line arts that I need to erase and then select. Do that there. Put this one here. Now let's erase here, so I can have just the horn, like that. Oh yeah. Same thing with this one here. Leave just the horn. And this here is fine. Nah, let's remove it as well. Although I don't think I am even going to be in need of working on this side here. In any case, there we go. Now brush. Let's lock this. Sure, this color, no problem. I just need to select. Oh, I am stupid. Undo. That line has to stay there. It has to stay there. Because this part here needs to be completely sealed off. There we go. Now that's what I needed. Alright. Make that invisible. Oops. Am I on the right layer? Yes, I am. Round brush. Round soft brush, I should say. And let's see. Wait, what am I trying to do? Oh, I remember now. I want to erase the part of this effect that I have applied that is showing over the horn. So I'm going to need to invert the selection and do this. There we go, there we go. A little larger brush, please. There we go. Could use a little larger brush. Larger. Size 100, perfect. Alright. Let's erase this here. Now this part here, this is going to be fun. I gotta follow the line art of the horn. So let's use a smaller brush. Because now I need to keep the effect on the back of Charizard's head on this side, but it still must be showing behind his horn. Therefore, the line art of the horn should be visible here. At least up until a certain point. Well, it is going to end at a certain point anyway, so yeah. There we go. Let's use a larger round brush now to mitigate a little bit of the removal of the effects on the side here. There we go. There we go. And let's undo the selection. Well, remove the selection rather, I should say. Let's see. Yeah, That's what I wanted. Now, yes, sure. This does have a little line showing there. GCE group, thank you so much for the host. That is very, very appreciated. Happy Sunday, everyone. Oh, I see some of that lighting over here. Let's remove that. There we go. Ah, yes, there is line showing there, but unlike what I was doing earlier with shading over here, shading and lighting over here, that I complained so much and I said, "Oh my God, this looks bad. This is bugging me a lot." It still bugs me, by the way. Unlike that, because this is a brush made effect on top of everything, that is actually not a problem, because there is one thing that I'm going to be applying here now, and that is I'm going to be applying some outer glow to this layer. And what that is going to cause is to, well, you'll see, the line is basically just going to disappear. So let's see, outer glow. Let's pick this color here. Yarhar. Thank you, Matt, but it is not done yet. I'm not yet done. Let's see, let's increase the spread just a bit. Because also what this is going to be doing, oh god, that was way too much. What this is also going to be doing is, at the same time, it is going to kind of mitigate that line that is showing there, which also, actually, I will need to run another effect there, just realized. At the same time, this is also going to add up to the light effect. Now, because this is way too bright, let's reduce the opacity to 10%. No, 10%. That is too little. Let's go to 50%. That is too much. 40%, still too much. 30%. It's better. Still too much though. 20%. Closer, let's try 15%. 15 seems fine. Let's compare with 10%. Yeah, let's go with 15%, at least for now. Let's call this layer lighting 15%. Again, the percentage in the name of the layer is just a reminder of how much opacity I am using on that layer. Yeah, there we go, see? That is exactly what I wanted. Perfect, and as you can see, because it has a little bit of glow, it also gives the idea that, going back to what I was talking about, the cave thing earlier with light bouncing off surfaces, it also gives the idea that the light is bouncing off Charizard scales and thus kind of shining a bit, making Charizard seem to be shining a bit, which is something that I am going to highlight even more later when I apply the remaining effects. But first, what I need to do here is actually finish the most basic things for Charizard and the human, of course. And by things I mean the lighting and shading. Do I want to add that kind of effect on the human? I think I will. Let's see what that is going to look like. Let's erase. I'm going to need a hard brush for this. Let's erase some more lines here that belong to Charizard, because those are not going to be needed. Yeah, that should be enough. Or should it? Maybe not. Let's try a smaller brush for the eraser. Let's see here. Okay, that is fine. There we go. And same thing with this here. Let's keep Charizard's fingers over there. Alright. For good measure, I am going to erase this line as well. Although I'm not really sure, actually don't really think that I'm gonna need to have this line away from here, but just in case. Right, let's select this whole area, invert the selection, hide this, go back there, and this is also going to apply some to Charizard's head, which actually should be fine now that I think of it. Yeah, it should be fine. Alright, let's apply this to the human over here. Just a little bit on top of his head and on the back of his head. And also some on Charizard himself. There we go. Now I am going to need a smaller brush for this part. Actually, ideally, I should just unselect either the human or Charizard's head to apply the rest of this effect. Which, by the way, let me bring this back to 100% opacity so I can properly see what I am doing. There we go. Let's add a little more here. Okay. Let's see. Let's select. Can I select this? How do I unselect Charizard's head? Well, not by doing that. That's for sure. Let's try this again. Okay, here. I think I got it. I think I got it. Gotta unselect this one pixel. There we go. Now these over here. Yes. And these. Okay, that... Can I use the lasso tool to do this here? Let's see. Oh, I can. Excellent. Righto. Oh, I see another 1 pixel there. Wait. Actually, I'm going to use this. There we go. Okay, now I have just the human. And let's go back to here. Ah, frick. Invert the selection. Ah, oh my god. Oh my god. Invert the selection, please. Okay, there we go. Now let's add some of this effect here. And there we go. That's fine. Okay, so that is done for the human. Now I want to do pretty much the same thing on Charizard's head, but only his head. So, let's select these inner areas of the human over here, as well as his line art. There we go. Because what this is going to do is, when I invert the selection, I'm gonna have just Charizard's head over there, which I just did. So hide this, and let's apply this. Oh, hold on. Go back here, invert the selection again. I am going to select all of this, because I need to run this brush on this whole area here, and it would affect some of these things as well. Alright, now I have just Charizard's head, as I want. Okay, now I can apply this effect. There we go. Go around. Yes. Nice. I might be a bit too much on this side here of his head, so let's try and work that out. Or I could just erase everything and try again. But nah. Let's see here, his muzzle. Nice. And remove the selection. Now let's give this layer its 15% opacity again. And voila! I know it is barely noticeable, but again, I'm not done with the effects. I could maybe increase the opacity now. Let's change it to 20%. Yeah, it definitely looks better on the human, but not as much on Charizard himself, apart from his head. Is there a way maybe that I could make this look better without changing the opacity from 20%? Keep the opacity at 20%, but I don't know. Maybe if I use the blur tool, maybe. I don't know. Let's try. Nah. Just keep it at 20%. I mean 15%. Yeah. Let's see what else. I could add a little of this effect over here, Charizard's knee. Yeah, it works. Nice. Let's keep it like that. Although I could change the shape a bit. Yeah, have it be a little more oval, you know. Actually, maybe what I need is a larger brush. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Yes. That is what I need. So keep that like that. Wait. Undo that. I have just remembered something. I need to have the area selected. Just so you know, the effect doesn't simply go outside the areas it is supposed to be on. Let's invert the selection. Now I can apply this. Probably didn't need to do that, but better be safe than sorry. There we go. There we go. That is good. Now could use... Let's do the selection again. Oh, actually, I'm gonna have to delete this layer and apply it again. Because now what I want is... I'll tell you what I want, what I really want. What I want is to add some more of this to his shoulder. Let's pick black. There we go. There we go. Nice. Just his arm. So let's erase the lines that do not belong to the arm, apart from this one here. The very tippy tip that I removed from here. Alright, that. Also, I'm gonna have to remove the lines from the human as well, because the effect that I'm going to be applying here, well, the part of the effect I should say, should not be applied to the human as well. So let's remove his hands. That's probably a phrase no one would like to hear being told, being said about themselves. You know, you hear someone say, "All right, let's remove his hands." Yeah. There you go, almost done. Almost done with this part anyway. There we go. Now his arm. Let's remove his arm. Yes. Well, the line out of his arm. Here we go. This should actually be more than enough. I hope. Okay, let's select. Yes. Now I can simply do this. Yeah. And select these line arts as well. There we go. Alright, invert the selection. Let's go to the lighting layer over here. And let's use the brush with a soft round brush of size 200, I guess. And let's apply some of this. Actually, let me use size 300. There we go. Undo the selection. Let's take a look at what this looks like. It's not so bad, but it can be better. I might have overdone on the amount. Let's try again. I'm going to use a smaller brush actually. Pianist Dragon, nice seeing you here. Happy Sunday or Monday. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. How are you? I am working on lighting and shading right now. I am almost done with this picture. I really want to get this thing finished today. I really want. Alright, let's see here. That does not look good. Not one bit. Let's try again. Maybe the problem is that I had too much zoom, so I wasn't really seeing what I was really doing. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just making up excuses at this point. Let's see. Okay, this might work a little better. Nah, let's try again. Now the problem here is not a problem of motivation, Matt. It's just a matter of skill and doing things right. Here we go. Yeah, it's definitely coming along. And I am happy that it is, because I am so... My favorite part of doing any art is when I finish doing it. Because oh god, wait, what am I doing here? Whoa. No, I applied the lighting on the shadows layer. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Undo. Undo another one. And another one. Okay, now I'm doing way too much. I don't upload much stuff very often to DeviantArt anymore. And the more stuff I can upload, the sooner the better. Let's see here. Do this. Yeah, okay. Yep, go around there. I'm not sure what I'm doing anymore. Sure, that. You're drawing on the wrong layer meme. Exactly. Oh man, I hate it when I do that sort of stuff. Thankfully I noticed. Problem is now that I'm gonna have to do what I did there on the arm all over again. It's fine. Lighting. Now that is the right layer. Let's do it again. Ah, frick. I forgot to invert the selection. There we go. There we go. Yes, this is much better. Let's add some of this to Charizard's arm. No, let's not. Now I can use the eraser on this area. Now I can do that. Yes. There we go. There we go. Now that is correct. Yeah, frick. Give me back the selection. There's still some here. There we go. Oh no, I had the selection on the wrong place as well. Yeah, frick. Dang it. Undo. Undo again. Ah, boy. Unselect this. I think I have actually just selected that. Invert selection. Let's try the lasso here again. There we go. Now I can invert the selection and actually use the eraser on this part here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now that is right. Now that is right. Okay. Yes. So that worked for the arm, for the shoulder. That's fine. I kind of have to do the same thing for the other arm on the other side. And a little bit of his chest over here, maybe. But not really. Let me save before I mess something up. Let's see, how am I gonna go about doing that? Let's see. I can right now select just his arm. Let's see. Wrong layer. Alright. Let's erase these lines. That should be fine. Some of the human as well. Yeah, this here should be fine. And let's do this selection. Select this area. And this area. Now I can invert the selection, and now I have just the arm selected. So let's go to the lighting layer there and apply. This is right? Yes, this is right. And apply this over here on his shoulder, right there, like that. And sure, a little bit here on his elbow. Nice. Sure, a little bit on his belly too, although this is not really noticeable. And since I'm down here, let's give this leg and shoe a teeny tiny bit of this effect. There. That actually looks pretty nice, I think. Let's hide this. Oh, yes. It works. Dang it, it works. Let's delete this, paste this, because now I want to do kind of the same thing. Now with just Charizard's arms. Charizard's with Charizard's chest. So let's remove this arm from Charizard. There we go. bit of the human's shoulder as well, all of this. Yep. And the inside of the human here, of the human's head. Let's remove this, because I think I will need to select this inner area as well. I think, I'm not sure, I don't actually know. But if experience serves me for anything, I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's do the selection and select also Charizard's head. I don't need this to be selected for what I am going to be doing. And yeah, I think this is no. I need to select some more things here, some more parts. So let's select this, some of the human's face. Now invert the selection. Let's go to the lighting layer there, and let's see what happens. Let's add some of this here. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that works. Let me disable the layer and enable it again. So, you know, to hide and unhide it to see the difference. Yes. I think this is coming along quite nicely. Lovely. Now I gotta do some of this on Charizard's head. So let's separate his head from his body. So let's see here. Chop chop. Let's chop it off. Let's chop it off his neck at the line art level. Here we go. Actually, all the inner areas. What am I saying? No, I don't need to do that. Undo. I do need to remove these lines here. I hope I had a good day of work, pianist. Honestly, I hate working on Sundays. I had to work on Sundays. I don't actually have to work on Sundays, but there have been days that I had to work on Sundays, mainly because some client server bugged out and died. It is horrible. Personally, I don't like to work on Sundays. Well, weekends and holidays in general, really. I don't think there's anyone who actually does. Who does, like, you know. Let's do this. And let me drink some water. Much better. Okay, now let's select just Charizard's head. Let's remove all of this. Invert the selection. Let's hide that and go to the lighting layer. Let's pick a round, soft brush, large one, and let's apply this effect to his head. There we go, some over here, some over here as well. Yep. Some here on his forehead, because sure. And the side of his head, actually the back of his head here. Let's see, what does this look like? Oh, maybe some on his snout. Let's change the size of the brush to 150. I might have overdone on the snout. Let's remove that. Yes, this is better. This is much, much better. Having said that, let's pick brush number 100. Kind of need to add some here. So, you know, kind of blend things together a bit, as they're supposed to be. Oh, yes, 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 this looks better. Is it somewhere here on the center? Maybe now with a smaller brush, let's add a little highlight to his cheek. Nah, let's not. That doesn't look good. Okay, let's see. Yes, this looks fine as it is. I don't really think I really want to add anything else in terms of these. In terms of this effect right now on this layer. There is, however, something else. So let's save and let's hide all layers. Let's hide all layers except for this one here. Hide that, that, and even that one. Okay, now we have just Charizard's body and the human in Charizard's flame for some reason. There we go. And let's see, let's create a new layer on top. Give me a hard round brush. Do a little notch there, a little notch here. And let's save this as a PNG file. You will see why in a moment. Sure, call it Alpha 2, no problem. Now I can delete this new layer that I have created and bring back all the layers that I have hidden. Let's bring them back into sight. Okie dokie. Now let's go here. There's that PNG I have just created. Let's put that over there. Let's copy this and paste it over all of these layers. Right. Now let's remove these notches that I have created. These are actually kind of guidelines. And now let's press Ctrl U and make this layer be completely black. Okay? Okay. Now I want to select this whole thing. Make it invisible. And let's create a new layer on top of lighting. Let's switch the color to the color that I was using for the lighting and use a very large round soft brush. Let's go to size 1000. Yeah, 1000 seems to be fine. And actually, let's go for 2000. Yeah, 2000. And now I'm going to add more of this effect on top of everything. Like literally on top of everything. There we go. And undo the selection. Now let's copy the layer style from the original layer and paste it over on this new one. And let's see how much of a difference does that make. And by difference I mean how much of an improvement does that make. Yeah, it helps. See? Now Charizard. It looks like both characters have more light being shone on top of them. Let me remove the background. Forgot to make this layer here visible as well. Yeah. Make this one here invisible. There we go. Now I have more contrast. Nice. Alright, I'm keeping this. Let's call this layer lighting to 15%, because you know that's how much opacity the layer has. And let's see. There is still 2 more effects that I'm going to be applying to Charizard. Do I want to apply those now? Because I still have to shade his wings and his tail, as well as his left leg. My god, whenever am I gonna get started on those? Alright, let's do those now. One of them does involve some actual changes to the basic, to the main layer, so I'm going to save as a new file for, you know, to keep a backup of the progress. So let's name this new file Alpha 3. Nice. And I want the dodge tool, and I'm going to be wanting the burn tool as well. Let's see, 10% exposure. What is this, the dodge tool? Yes. And the leaf brush. Size 15, I guess. Let's do the same selection of tools with the burn tool. Range, mid-tones, 10%. Exposure. And here we go. Leaf brush, size 15. Now, let's go back to the burn tool. And what I'm going to be doing, what I will do here now, is I'm not going to be adding. Let me remove these, hide these two actually, so I can actually see what I'm doing. I'm not going to create a texture for Charizard. I'm not going to draw scales on Charizard, but let me increase the exposure. But I'm going to add a little thing that will make it look like it has scales. At least that is the idea anyway. Let's add some here on his face. Is this actually doing anything? I can barely tell. Yeah, I can barely tell because Charizard has such light colors. What if I do... Oh, with highlights is too bad. Does not look good at all. Yeah, mid-tones is the way. Anyway. Let's add some of this on his shoulder and arm. Right here. Yeah. Some here. Oh, that's too much there. Should probably reduce the size of the brush to brush number 10 now. Do some here. Some there on his arm. Shoulder over there. Yep. Now some here on his knee. I hope I'm doing this right. Alright, so that's it for the lighting. Let's switch to the burn tool to work with the shading now. So let's add some of that down here. So it's actually working. Change the size of the brush. Oh, it's already size 15. Let's increase the exposure then to 15%. We can barely see it, but it is there. There we go. Add some here between his toes. Nice. Sure, a little bit of it on his claws as well. There. And some down here. Because this area is supposed to be shaded, you know, to have some shadows there. Down here under his arm. Yep. Oh, that was too much there. There you go, his arm. Now a little bit on the human shirt. Actually, let's not, at least not with brush 15. Let's try brush 10 and 10% exposure. This also should be giving the human shirt the idea of texture. Let's go, yeah, seems good. Can be better. Definitely can be better. It should work. Now let's change the exposure back to 15%, as well as the size of the brush back to 15 pixels. That's 156. There we go. And let's do a little bit of that down here on Charizard's arm. Well, under Charizard's arm. And his belly. Yep, there we go. Some over there as well. And some here. That's too much. There we go. Size number 10. Let's add just a bit of this to the human shirt over here. This part here on Charizard is supposed to be much darker than it is right now. I need to work that out. Pixie, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday, Sunday, or Monday, I don't know anymore. Thank you for joining. Where am my cutie? Oh, thank you. Yeah, how are you doing? And let's add a little bit of this here. Not too much. Just enough to give the idea of texture to the shirt. Actually, I should be doing this with the whatever this is called, the dodge tool. Confinement week. Oh, you mean confinement week? You mean lockdown? Ah, lockdown suck. See here a little bit of on the shirt. Yes, on top of the shirt, I should say. Should be asleep because school tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's Monday. Oh God, tomorrow's Monday. Oh frick! I hate Mondays. Right. Let's see here. Now let's add some more of this lighting to the human shirt down here, as well as his pants. Very lightly. Yeah. Now let's switch back to the burn tool, and let's add some shading with this thing down here. Because at the same time, this is going to highlight more of the shadows and light, for that matter. It also, like I said before, it gives the idea that this surface does have a texture. Even if it is not accurate to what the texture would actually be like, it gives that idea. So it makes it look more natural. go, a little bit here as well. Not too much. That was too much. Let's switch back to the dodge tool. And add a bit here for lighting. And some going down his pants, like this. Barely visible, but believe me, it is there. It does make a difference. It is making a difference. Maybe not here, but here. Yeah, sure, actually, maybe a little bit here. This is the fine effects. Close. Yeah. Excuse me. I choked on a little bit of saliva. It is very close to be the final effects for the shading. There's one more thing that I should be adding to finalize, and then I'm gonna have to do all of this on Charizard's tail, the wings, and his left leg. There we go. That's better. Let's add some of this to the shoes. Again, just the parts that are the most exposed to light. And for the shadows, the parts that are the least exposed to light. There we go. Over here too. Nice. I think that looks nice. It definitely looks far better than what I had at the start of the stream. Let's see what next. Right, I remember now. Let's save first. Gotta apply some of this up top, like around here on Charizard's neck, this darker area. Is it even applying? Very lightly. Let me start this over. Oh, I know what's the problem. I need more exposure. There we go, that's better. Although, it is not really making much of a difference yet. Let's change the size of the brush to size 15. I can barely see it. I saw that a little bit of this went on the human's hair. That is not supposed to happen. Let me apply a second pass of the brush. Second pass makes a difference, but too much of a difference. I don't want too much of a difference. Let's see, let's apply a little more on the sides, maybe. Now let's apply some here. And some here. And with the dodge tool, let's apply some to his snout, because this area is more exposed to light. I need a bigger brush and more exposure. There we go. I know it is not very visible, but believe me, it does make a difference in the grand scale of things. And that's some here on his horn. And as well on this one here. Let's add some here on his cheek. Now this one here, I'm not sure if it is actually making a difference. Very barely noticeable, but it is there. Right, let's see. Let's re-enable those layers that I hid. Now this one here actually might be too much. Let's do 5% on lighting too. Do we actually even need this one? Maybe if I change the lighting on this one here to 10% instead. What about 5%? Yeah, I think with 5% it looks a little better. Let's bring this one to 10%. Alright, let's keep these at these percentages. Set 5 there. Okay. Now let's bring back the background. Oh yes, this looks far more natural than the initial values that I have there. Right. Now let me get rid of this lightness over here real quick, and then I'm going to move on to what hopefully should be the final. Oops, get rid of that. The final effect that I need to add, at least for now, to these characters. Well, mainly Charizard actually. Not really the human. Let's see here. Erase that. Erase that. That and that. Also this. And this. Okay. Now let's just select this area. Let's invert the selection and delete everything that is outside. Okie dokie. Select all of this. And oh no, wait. Don't select all of this. I need to erase the line that is inside here as well. So let's do that. Yeah, I think that was too much. Yes, it was too much. I can see some green from the human's shirt. Let's try this again. More carefully this time. There we go, that's better. Now I am going to select just this inner area, nothing else. Let's hide this. Let's go to characters, the layer characters. Let's use the burn tool with a 50% exposure and a soft round brush. Doesn't have to be a big size. Now let's darken up this some more. Yeah, a little bit more. A little bit more. Okay, that might have been too much. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Now that's more what it was like, what it was supposed to look like. Having said that, let's bring back the selection, because now I want to apply the pseudo texture thing with the leaf brush. Let's see here. Oh my god, I selected two numbers. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna need a smaller brush for this one here. And let's go with also less exposure. Eh. There's a dark line there. That line is not supposed to be there. Dang it. How can I mitigate this issue? Let's see. A round soft brush of small size. Let's see. No, that is not going to work. I think I know how I can do this. Undo. Okay, now I have just this selection. Let's try to brighten up the thing. Let's see, brush number 9. I mean number 5. 50% exposure, please. I can tell the lightness is going on the dark area. Actually, let's invert this selection a bit. I don't think this is actually going to work. Let's just run this on top of this very lightly. And I'm gonna go with a hard round brush. Size number 1 though. See, I'm telling you, making art is not very easy. This is not good. Definitely bad. Oh heck. I think I have a better idea. Let's undo everything. Let's go back. Let's go all the way back to when I made the first selection. Right? This should be it. Yes. Instead of applying that instruction once said, if art was easy, everyone would be doing it. Exactly. Wise words. Wise words from your instructor. If art was that easy, everyone would do it. And the funny thing is, there are people who, it hasn't been my case, but there are people who like want you to draw something for them, but they don't want to pay the amount of money that you are charging. So like they say, oh, you charge to draw stuff? That is too much. Anyone could draw that stuff. So I see things like that, and I'm pretty sure other artists can also share this opinion. And we see stuff like that, and we think, okay, if anyone could do that, then do it yourself. You know, that is why high caliber artists also charge higher for their work, because it is worth it. I should say. Well, if you like their art, obviously, but it is a lot of work. So the artist always needs to find a middle ground between charging as much money as his work is worth it, considering how much trouble he has to do anything, how difficult it is, how much attention he gives to a given work, details and such, as well as keeping it affordable enough for people who are interested on that. And that is definitely something difficult to do. Well, there we go. My problem has been solved far more easily than I was making it to be. Oh my god, I am ridiculous sometimes. Now I just gotta do the leaf thing. Here we go, size 10, oops, size 10. Let's apply, oh, not here, wrong layer, frick. Here. There we go. There, now the line has appeared. Alright, leave it like this. Let's not add anything back there. The more I try to improve that area, the worse it becomes. So let's save. The timing. Just as I mentioned about how much an artist should be charging for the work, the Streamlabs bot shows the message about about commissions. Oh boy. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay. I think now I just gotta add one more effect, and I can consider Charizard and the human to be finished. And I specifically said it like that because I still gotta shade Charizard's tail, that leg over there, and his wings, which is actually 4 layers. That's gonna be fun. It's definitely going to be much easier and quicker to do than Charizard and the human here, however. That much I can assure you. I'm not going to promise it, just in case, but I can assure you of that. Now let's move this layer down here, and I'm going to call this layer Light Shine Effects. And let me stretch a bit. Oh boy. Yeah, that felt good. What I'm going to be doing on this layer now, let me pick Charizard's color set over here. I want his base orange, and I am going to be making this a very light shade of this same orange. A little lighter. Yeah, that might be good. Now what I'm going to do here next is I'm going to draw some squiggly lines on some of the brightest areas on Charizard's body, you know, the areas that are the most exposed to light, and that should give the impression that his scales, I'm assuming Charizard has scales, that his scales are actually shining in the sunlight. So let's do that. Brush, round brush, number number one, a hard brush for that matter, and let's do the squigglies. They're probably smooth scales though. They are, likely, which is also the reason why I am going to apply this effect. Here's an example of that effect in action. See over here on Braveheart, on the top of the back of his neck there, the top of his horns, his wing over there, his muzzle here, this wing over here. Braveheart's scales, he has scales, and they are also smooth scales. And this gives the idea that the light is reflecting off the scale so much that it makes it look like they are shining in the sunlight. And it doesn't necessarily make it look more natural, but I think it enhances the lighting effect. So that's what I'm going to be doing here on Charizard now. I'm going to be doing this line several times over. Okay, that actually seems fine. Let me pick the eraser and erase this bit here that goes over the horn because it is not supposed to be there. Number 5, please. Okay, having said that, now I'm going to apply a line like this on the horns. So here, is that fine? Almost. There. That's better. And same thing here. Not as squiggly as the one on his neck there, but it's fine. There we go, that seems good. And a little bit of that as well on his cheek. Yep. Some here too. Not too much. Just enough. Right. I might end up removing these two here. Actually, now that I think of it. Let's do some here on his snout. I said some, but actually just one. It needs to be more curved. Oh my god, hand! Just get it right, please. Just do it. Still not good. Let me Google something real quick. Artist hand meme. There's a meme, an art meme that I have been after for so long, but I can never find that thing when I am looking for it. I have talked about that before. This meme in particular. It's actually kind of a comic. What is Lyra doing here in these results? It's like the brain ordering the hand very angrily to do something, and the hand very angrily, also with an angry face, holding a pencil. Yeah, the brain saying, "Do it!" and the hand saying, "Never!" It's kind of like that, trying to get lines drawn correctly. One day I'm going to find that meme, and I'm going to save that meme to my collection. Okay, this here seems to be fine, or at least good enough. Let's add some of this to Charizard's shoulder over here. Nope. Yeah, that seems okay. I'm gonna go ahead and use the same layer to apply this to the wings as well, because, well, even though the wings are a different layer, this effect being on top of everything, it really makes no sense to not have it here as well. Besides, I would be doing this on the wings anyway. There we go. There. And also, since this does not affect the actual layer where the wings are, there is no harm in having this here. Just gotta do it right. Ah, frick. Come on, hand, just do it! Come on. Oh my god. Can I have $2 for every single time I gotta redo the line? Oh man. Let's see here. Yeah, there, sure. One there. Almost got that one right. Almost. Okay, that seems fine. Let's add one here. I could probably add it on the membrane of the wing here as well. Kind of like this, you know. Let's do some of this here as well. I'm gonna need more zoom. Now I gotta bear in mind that this side of the wing is facing the fire on Charizard's tail, so this should have more light being cast on top of it. I'm not sure what I'm doing here now is correct. Should that line be there? I don't think so. Not like that anyway. Okay, let's not add these there. Not like that anyway. Let's see here, his leg, his knee. No, 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 or maybe. Yes, actually. Let's keep it there, like that. Let's add some here to his finger. Even though these here are not that exposed to light, well, they are, but light is not as strong on these. Over here. And now his arm. Let's see there. I might be overdoing with some of these, but let's do it first and bother with that later, because these are very easy to remove if I am overdoing with any. Some on the wing there. Okay. Now, as it stands, let me say, as it stands, these just seem like some ordinary lines. They don't really help much with the effect, and that's because I have not yet applied, well, the effect that they need to have in order to be effects. So let's do that. Let's pick this color and increase the size of the outer glow a bit. Let's see, 6 or 5. Let's go with 5. Okay, and now let's give this layer a 50% opacity, and let's add that number to the title of the layer for reference. And there we go. Now this here should be the last effect that I needed to apply with these guys. Well, Charizard mostly. Actually just Charizard. Really. Because the human, I don't believe it would make any sense to add this to him. After all, he does not have any sort of reflective surfaces on him. Unlike Charizard, who is supposedly covered, well, with shiny scales. Let's see. Yeah. This looks fine. So the good news is, I believe I have finished shading Charizard and the human. Right, so all I gotta do next is shade this leg here, both wings, and his tail, which is going to be very easy. The bad news is, it's been almost 4 hours and a half of streaming, and I am hungry. Oh man, I wanted to finish this stream so badly. You have no idea. I'm gonna shade Charizard's tail, at least his tail, before I finish the stream. At least his tail. I really did not expect that shading Charizard's body was going to take as much time as it took. I honestly didn't think that would happen. So his tail and his leg are on the same layer. Okay. Well, I can shade both of them then before I end the stream. So let's try to do that. I'm going to save the progress even. Yeah, I'm gonna carry on Alpha 3. No problem. Let's see. Give me a soft round brush of big size. Yes. I'm going to begin without the flame there. Let's shade this tail as if the only light source is the light from the sky. Right? Right. Let's see here. This is the initial lighting effect. There we go. Let's add just a little bit of that to the bottom of his tail here. Because the idea being the light is reflecting off the ground. Maybe I might have overdone that. Let's start over. I'm not gonna do that actually. Maybe later, but not now. Not with the initial lighting. There we go. And since I'm here, let's go ahead and apply that to his leg over here. And that paw there, yeah, sure. A little bit on the back here of his paw. Okay. Let's darken it all, just like I have done with his body. Let's use a brush of size 700 to do this. Almost done. Alright, now let's brighten this up again. Now Photoshop is still applying the thing. Wonderful. Well, I'm gonna drink a sip of water in the meantime. Okay. Now with the dodge tool, at a 50% exposure and a brush of size 900, let's brighten this up again. Only by half of what I have darkened it. There we go. Photoshop. No, I can't even really blame Photoshop for taking long to apply this effect. It's my computer being old that is the one to blame. I really cannot do anything but wait. There we go. Let's see, brush size 200? Sure. Let's add more lighting to the top of Charizard's tail here. There we go. I'm gonna need to add more of this. Zoom in a bit. Oh, also his leg there. I almost forgot about his leg. It is on the same layer after all. Now let's do another run with this. Okay. Let's use some of the burn tool. Where exactly though? Oh, here. The bottom of his tail, obviously. Just not too much. One more pass at the very start here, and that's about it. Because now let's swap back to the dodge tool, and now it is the time to apply some lightness to the very bottom here. And you know, this light coming from the background and also bouncing off the ground. There we go, and about here. That seems fine. Let's save. Now let's see. Let's bring the fire into view now. And let's see, highlights. Yes, let's use highlights with a large brush. 800 maybe? Sure. No. Yes. Let's do this here. Another pass, but closer to the fire now. Actually, hold on, undo. Let's have that go over there. Actually, I should use a smaller brush with this. Yeah. Smaller brush, please. There. That's what I wanted. Now I can spread around a bit. Okay, now I can use a larger brush. Let's go for size 800. And spread a bit more. And add some more of this. What I'm doing here, obviously, is giving the tail some light that is being cast from the fire. So for that reason, I gotta make this brighter. Let me remove the fire to see what this looks like so far. That seems very bright. Let's extend this a little bit more. Is this the maximum that it can go to? What if I change the exposure to 100%? I don't think it is making any more difference, really. Okay, so let's keep it like this for now. And can I really not apply any more of this? Oh wow, I seem to have hit the the maximum. Although for some reason this here seems darker. And the more I apply, the darker it seems to become. What the heck? Let me zoom in a bit. What is happening here? Maybe I should try some shadows. Let's see. Brush size 800. Come on, some more. More! Ah! Now that looks better. There we go. Nice. Okay. Uh, Thank you, AZ. Let's see here. For the tail, I think for the tail, for the moment, it is done. There are more things that I gotta do there as well. But let me focus a bit on his leg now, since the leg is on the same layer. Let's see. Let's zoom in a bit. That's too much zoom. Okay, here we go. Let's darken up the bottom of this paw over here. You know, the part that is actually touching the ground. I don't see anything. Ah, there we go. Now I see something happening. Good. Right. And let me hide the human for a moment. And go over here. Let me apply some shading here. I can barely see anything. I'm having to do a few different passes here to apply more shadow. Okay. Okay. That should be fine. We need to find out who you're hugging right now. I'm not hugging anyone. Honestly, if I'm honest, and now I'm actually talking about more of a real life thing. I'm not really much of a hugger myself. Okay, let's switch to the dodge tool. Smaller, round, soft brush, please. This might be still too big. 45. Alright, let's add some highlights here on Charizard's toes. I should probably use a smaller brush. There we go, some of his claws as well. There we go. And a little more here on this knee. A little more. Okay. And where's that shadows layer? Here. Let me copy the layer style from that. And let's go back to that layer where the paw is. And let's do the leaf thing. Here, leaf, size 15, exposure 15%. Let's add some of these shadows, some of these shadows, what? Some of this shading down here. Come on, add some more. There you go. Some there as well. Add more. This definitely could look better. That is not bad. Let's add some more back here. It certainly would help if my computer didn't take so long to apply some effects sometimes. There we go. Now, actually, gotta apply a little more here. I didn't mean to right click. That was an accident, not me. There. Now let's do the same thing, but this time using the dodge tool. And this one can use a size 10 and 10% exposure. Is that just a little bit there? And more here on Charizard's knee. Actually, this could use more exposure, really. 15%. Let's see. I don't see it. Is this the right layer? Yes, this is the right layer. So bright that I'm not seeing the effect being applied at all. Oh, hopefully it is actually there. Now let's see. Let's do the same thing for the tail. Let's apply a bunch of the... Wait, is this even going to work on the tail at this point? I don't think it will, actually. Oh, I was using highlights. Should have been mid-tones. Let's try this again here. Oh, I still see no difference. Alright, what about this here? I think I see something happening. Photoshop is definitely trying to apply it. Well, if something happened there, I can barely see it because it is so bright. Anyway, let's apply this here. At the base of his tail. And run it along his tail, the top of his tail, for as long as it is visible, which should be right about here on the most. Even here it is not very visible at all. Okay, I think this is the best that I can do for that. Let's switch to the burn tool and add some of that. Also here on the base of his tail. And let's try some of this here as well. Just some. Maybe if I use this on this light, on this brighter area, that might help a bit. Nah. Excuse me. Okay, seems okay, but his left paw over there does not seem to be very right. Let me try exposure 50% with, yes, this brush here. And a little more darkness at the bottom. Actually, that is too much darkness. Let's try with 30% instead. Okay, I think this is as best as it can be for, at least for now. Yeah, let's keep it like that. And now let's create a new layer on top of this one. Let's call this tail / leg shadows. I think 10%. is the opacity. Yes, yeah, 10%. And now let's see here, a brush. No, I don't want to rename brush. Give me a soft round brush. Let's change this color to black. And let's select both of these, invert the selection, and do this. A little shading there. A little shadow here as well. Now let's see, larger brush. Is it a little? That's too much. I said a little and applied too much immediately. Smaller brush, please. Some shadow here. I'm gonna need to hide his wings. Not those. Actually, yes, these. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna go with size 300. There we go. I know, the shape is wrong. I'm gonna get there. Hold on. I just need the initial shape to be correct. Right. Now, let's use the eraser to adjust this shadow. There we go. A little more here. Yes, just like this. Nice. Let's apply the layer style by pasting the layer style. There we go. Let's bring back the wings. Well, the wing, there's only one wing on the right side, and therefore the left side. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but with the lighting layer. So let's copy that layer style. So that's 5%, eh? Let's create a new layer on top here. Switch to the secondary color there. And let's use a brush size 400 this time. Let's do this here. A little bit there on his paw as well. That won't hurt. And on the top of his tail. There we go. Go all the way to the flame. And let's apply just a little bit down here under his tail. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, going along all the way up until here. Should be fine. Let's apply the layer style and name this layer. Lighting. Should call this tail / leg lighting. At a 5% opacity. So yeah, that. This one actually might benefit from more opacity. Yeah, let's do it at 10%. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's create a new layer on top of this one, and this one is going to be called Firelight. Yeah, Firelights. Now this one is going to be different. This one is going to be the light that is being cast from the fire. So as you can see here, I have just picked a color from the fire, and let's use a large brush. And let's put that on the tail. Here. Yeah, just about here should be fine. Maybe with a smaller brush, but maybe a little bit by the top here as well. There. Actually, no, let's not do that. I am going to use this color again later for the wing, but that's about it for that, I think. And this one is going to have, let's see. Okay, pianist, enjoy your dinner. Soon I'm going to be ending the stream anyway, and I'm gonna get some dinner myself. So yeah, have a very good night. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you have enjoyed, and I wish you a very good week. So hey, yeah, have a good one. Let's see, outer glow. That color there. Yep. Let's increase this size. I can increase the size by a lot, actually. Let's do 50. And opacity, 10%? No. 20%? No. 30%? Yeah, 30% seems fine. Let's check that outer glow again. Maybe less glow. Well, I actually don't really see much of a difference. I might need to disable the temporary background to see it. Let's undo the selection. Oh yeah, I think we can see it here. Alright, yeah. Let's keep it that way. Firelight, 30%. And I should probably save these two colors here as a color set. Let me do that real quick, because I definitely am going to need them. So let's save this one for the fire, and this one for the light from the sky. Let's keep that layer there. That's a nice flame. I like it. Maybe too big, but whatever. It's Charizard, who cares? Let me see here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I need to do here right now. And there is. Let's see here. Is this the layer that I want? No, this is the layer that I want. Let me change this back to 100%. And let's pick this color. Not very accurate to the original, but what can I do at this point? I should have done this. Should have drawn these lines on the tail as well, and the left leg when I had the chance. I forgot about them. Let's do this. There. Oh. There. And there. Let's see if we can get these two lines together. Yeah, it's not great, but it's not terrible either. I am almost getting this right. Let's see here. Okay, yes, that there seems fine. Let's add some of this to this leg over here. shouldn't I have done like that? This one here too, like this on the vertical instead of being horizontal. I think I should. Let's erase this one here and do it again. Yeah, well, no. Almost. Come on, hand, just get it done. Okay, that there seems fine. And save. Let's have the background back so we can see what this is looking like so far. Oh yes, oh yes. This is definitely looking fine. I still feel like I could slash should make that fire be even brighter, but I don't know, maybe it actually should stay like that. I might work some more on the brightness on the flame when I am done shading everything. But for now, let's leave it like that. Let me check something real quick here. Let me hide these layers as well as that one. Let me see if this is a sample. Sample 2. Come on, Photoshop. Don't be stuck on 92%. There we go. Now let's make these layers visible again. And save. All right. So yeah, I said that I was expecting to finish this commission, this picture today on today's stream, but it actually took much longer than I thought it would. I am really close to finishing it now, though. I now only essentially only have to shade both wings, and these wings, they are made out of 4 layers, but I essentially only have to do them. That's the only things that should be left to shade, and once those are done, this picture will be completely finished. I'm not going to do them on this stream because even though I really want to finish this today, but I am actually getting tired. I am hungry, and we are approaching 5 hours of stream actually, so this stream is getting a tad long. So yeah, I should stop now and either continue this sometime during the week or on the next Sunday if I don't have the time to work on this this week, which I likely am not gonna have, unfortunately, because I have been quite busy these past few weeks, if I'm honest, and I gotta say, I don't really like being that busy with stuff that is not just my stuff, you know. So yeah, I think I'm going to stop here for today. I believe I have done quite a lot of progress, and yeah, it's pretty much finished. Just need to do the shading on both wings. So yeah, let's leave that for the next time, because I need food. So my friends, the usual end of stream reminders. I live stream every Wednesday, Friday, and Sundays. On Wednesdays, the stream should start, at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Sundays at 3 p.m. Eastern Time as well. All times are always Eastern Time. The Friday and Sunday, the Wednesday and Friday streams, they are always gaming streams, and I usually play a different game every week on these days. Specifically the Wednesday streams, however, they are in Portuguese, so if you join on Wednesdays, you are likely not going to understand what I say because I'll be speaking Portuguese. But the Friday stream and the Sunday streams, they both are English. They both are English streams, so don't need to worry about those. So yeah, the Wednesday and Friday streams I play a different game every week, but on Sundays I draw live just like I have done today. So that happens every Sunday, unless something comes up and for some reason I cannot do the stream, which sometimes might happen. Actually, just this last Wednesday I could not do the Wednesday stream because I didn't have the time to get that started in time, and I could still do the stream on Wednesday, but then it would start way too late, and then it would end up way too late as well, and I needed to get up extremely early on the day after, so that just didn't work out last Wednesday, which I am sorry for anyone who was expecting to catch a stream this Wednesday. So yeah, that's basically it. Different game every week at Wednesday, Friday, and live art on Sunday. The times respectively are 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So yeah, my dudes and dudettes, my friends, thank you all so much for joining me today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys also had fun. I hope you have enjoyed watching this stream. I gotta say, I just love drawing. I think it is my top one favorite hobby, even above playing video games, honestly. So yeah, I hope you all have enjoyed, and I wish you all an awesome rest of night if it is still night for you, and sleep well. Obviously, if you are gonna go to bed, oh my god, I am so tired that I cannot English anymore. I wish you all a very good night. Sleep well if you are still going to go to bed, and have an amazing week, everyone. Let me close Photoshop here. Save change to Alpha 2. Didn't I just save the changes? Photoshop. Oh, it is asking about this file over here. Okay, don't want to save changes to that. Alright. So yeah, you all have a very good night. Sleep well. I wish you all an amazing week, and until we meet again, God bless you. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you soon, hopefully. Until then, have a very good one, my friends. Bye.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Bet on sinking ships because to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fears when you can see where fossils lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on thinking trips because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.